stream.
Okay, thank goodness. After the traumatic episode that happened, last episode, that traumatic episode, of Jinsei being stabbed, Hiri getting traumatized, Seth cracking open someone's head, everybody is being moved to a military base with a military hospital nearby, meaning Jinsei was transferred to said hospital during the night. And it also means his father was collected to be moved onto base as well as a protection thing. As witness protection might not be the smartest idea right now, as this supposed cult-like group of the Laughing Coffin has infiltrated and found their typical rotations and stuff, and knows their faces pretty well, so even if they weren't under witness protection, they would still recognize people. Jinsei and his dad are moved. Jinsei is moved into the new hospital, but is also said after another day of treatments and such, should be able to leave and go to his new housing, which will be roommates with Yuto and Seth. And Tiri, if the player feels like that's okay.
Probably.
Okay.
Fine.
So everyone is living under the same roof with their own houses.
Fucking Nat 1's taken the entire episode of Tiri moving out the
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, so they're all moved out. Nilla is the last person to do any moving or be contacted because they noticed that she had the least amount of activity with the others most recently, even though she might be a potential target. So she'll be moved into the same living space eventually. But we're going to start with Jinsei logging in first on his hospital-given Amusphere. Oh, and also that Jinsei's nerve gear was confiscated, and if he wants it back, he has to be very convincing with Yuto's dad to get it back. That was the other bit I forgot. But Jinsei, you log in, and you're on the second floor in the Omamori. The proper Omamori.
Omamori Prime.
Right.
What?
What was that? Jinsei? Hello? Oh, he dipped. Alright, Terry, we're starting with you.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
Hello? Hi.
Hey. There, we hear you.
Alright, hey Tyr, we don't have to start with you now. We're good.
Give me a second to check my noise suppression.
Oh, you sound fucking amazing. Much normally are. At least in my opinion.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, you're
Yeah.
loud and clear.
Yeah.
I need to turn you down, my guy.
Yeah.
You are good.
Dude, what did you do?
Okay, first off, Storm, you are very robot. Secondly, I turned off my noise suppression because it was apparently on by default.
Alright, Mobius, talk again so I can see how your volume level is now.
Hello? Hello?
Wow.
Thank you once again for calling the Fenrir Core Delivery Service.
I still need to turn you down. Holy shit.
I would like 2 hamburgers, please.
You are still a robot, buddy.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, okay, Storm needs to go up to 115 for him to be in decent volume level. Maybe speak again?
holy shit.
We currently offer free mercenary services, food supply, technology supply, and even Android.
And
No, that's
Pokemon.
not the Android.
Hello. Welcome to
I actually need to turn you up by a small bit.
our extravaganza. It also might just be me needing to slide closer to my microphone.
You're fine. At 120%, you're good. That's perfect. Now that audio is refixed again, Jinsei, you log in on the hospital-given atmosphere.
Yep.
When you log in, what is the first thing you do in the Omamori? Which you are in your own room. Like, that seems to be a odd special thing for you guys, is because you're tied to the owner, you just get free rooms upstairs.
Because apparently that's the default whenever we log in.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I log in. I'm in the bed in my own room. I seem initially surprised by this, but then I remember that it's happened once before. It's still relatively new, considering this is only the second time this has happened, and yet it's still very strange. Regardless, I would get up out of the bed and just take a quick look at myself, especially knowing the very apparent differences of how the game feels between using an atmosphere and a nerve gear. With the atmosphere, I just feel everything significantly less so than I would with my nerve gear. It's so I would quietly have this seeking feeling that if me and the others get into a combat situation, there's a good chance I might perform less efficiently as I did before. And even so, I still have to push myself in order to show that I could still be useful and help everyone out. And so with this in mind, I would step out of the room and head downstairs.
As you get downstairs, you surprisingly see the doors closed, and the closed sign is facing out the window, when normally this is when the store is open. And when you look to the main counter, you see Yuto leaning over the counter, hands together, and not looking the happiest. He's not angry either. It's more of a, well, fuck kind of expression.
Jinsei will move downstairs to the front of the counter where Yuto's sitting. He would approach, a fairly somber look on his face, as he asks, "What's on your mind, Yuto?"
A lot of things, Jinsei. It looks like I got you and your family in trouble again.
What are you talking about? I was thinking it was the other way around.
Well, these guys are after me. You're connected to me. Your dad's connected to you. Terry's connected to me. even though I have not talked to her in forever until recently. Seth is practically my best friend, and he came from America. God knows what's going on with Nilla right now. It's like that Dragon Ball anime. I'm Goku. I just keep bringing problems to Earth. And
Good reference. Good reference.
And like in the anime, it should have ended, or should still end, if I had just properly died.
You're lucky.
Bad reference. Bad reference.
You're lucky I'm not in a slugging mood today. Otherwise, I would have done that to you right now just for saying that.
I know.
Much as I understand how you feel, you should take every day that you're alive as a gift.
I do, trust me. You're the best example of that not being in my head. Every time I feel depressed, I just hear you over my shoulder going, "Don't be depressed, be grateful you're alive. Be like one with life and keep blossoming." And at this point you can tell, like, he's trying to feel better by making these cracks and jokes at you.
Not exactly what I said, but close enough.
Close enough, yeah. I just feel bad, because it's connected to me. And I hate it when you guys get in trouble because of me. It's like the terrorist attack all over again. You got in trouble for something you shouldn't have.
Well, losing my nerve gear was the least of my worries. Oh, God knows I'll have to talk to you. I'm gonna have a long talk with the general about that.
Oh, trust me. It's still a miracle I'm able to use mine. Seth only gets to keep his because he's technically my dad's dog. Don't let him know I said that.
I think he's already figured that out.
Fair enough. Well, Tira should be logging on soon. By the way, we're all roomed up together.
Yeah. The medical personnel briefing me on the new arrangements as they were moving me over.
Yeah, we're gonna be somewhat crowded though. They were gonna give me my own bedroom, but I gave it to you instead. I'm sharing a small room with Seth, and Tiri's gonna be sharing a small room with Nilla. Patva is gonna be moved to a different ward, sadly. And they didn't have enough room for all of us to live in here. Veronica's also in her own ward, and also in Witness Protection Program, seeing that she's new and hasn't been fully connected to us.
I heard that she wasn't exactly cooperative when you went in to tell her about this.
And in all honesty, I didn't feel like fucking waiting for her answer too long or try and argue with her, so... As soon as I asked her, "Are you really not going to come with us willingly?" and when she said no, I just immediately tased her.
Honestly, I would have just left her.
Well, I can't do that. I mean, I could have. But I'm not.
You could have, but you chose not to.
And it's a good thing I already had a search warrant for her, because I was a little suspicious she probably was working with people that were against me, with how she's been acting lately. So... And yeah, I might not have been very professional with what I did, but honestly, I didn't have the time, nor did she, to get her out of there and get her to safety. Doesn't matter how stubborn she was. Hell, Argo was smarter than her and started changing her appearance immediately and went into hiding.
I'll be honest with you, Yuto. nothing about the occupation that we're currently in is professional by any means.
Well, this is as professional we're gonna get.
Look, despite everything, I think this is the best possible outcome we could have. My dad's fine. I'm somehow still alive, and even though that these arrangements are temporary, we're all moved to a place that's slightly more secure than out in the city proper. However, that's not my biggest concern right now. My biggest concern is the people that I left behind.
They'll be fine.
You know, I had a talk with Nijika earlier. When she visited me.
I will say by this time, Seth would log in. And we'll cut to him real quick before you continue.
Okay.
Unless Seth
Gonna
is...
do a good
Okay, never
old.
mind.
Just gonna do a good old stretch. Take a deep breath in, and scream.
Good thing the rooms are soundproof except for the floor, so I'm gonna roll. With IRL being a bitch and our in-game characters arrested by the government, I propose a toast. Hydrate. Motherfucker!
What the fuck?
Pokemon, you piece of shit. I love you.
Try to provide levity to any scene
And
I
here's
can.
the funny thing.
I'm
I've been
great at
hydrating
this.
this whole time!
Hydrate, bitch!
But anyways, I guess roll
I took a drink too.
roll a perception, Jinsei, I guess?
Perception?
Yeah, it's gonna be a high DC to beat.
Well, first, I'm going to roll a quick d20 to warm up the calculations. Okay.
Yeah.
Watch that give you a natural 1.
Watch this.
It
This
better
is
not
the-
give me a fucking natural
I mean,
one.
if it does, good. If it doesn't, fuck.
Avandra be with you, my guy. Avandra be with you.
Let's see. What was it again? Perception?
Yes.
Yup.
It's a high roll. So here we go.
Why is that at advantage?
Good question.
It's still a 22.
Okay.
Good question. There we go.
Alright, so it's 22. Only Yuto seems to hear it, but he's not giving it much mind. Yeah, it was a 25 or higher to hear the very muffled scream of Seth above you guys. So you don't hear it at all. Yuto barely hears it.
Seth is just gonna open the door, walk down.
Alright,
Well, if it isn't my.
hold on.
Oh, okay.
As you as you go out and go down the stairs, you hear Jinsei talking. Jinsei, continue.
She told me that she's still open to the idea of going out on dates, but she wants to wait until all this chaos dies down. I could tell it was a really hard thing for her to say, since she really wanted to go out with me. For a minute there, I thought she was going to tell me that she wanted to break up because of all this trouble.
Have you already went on your first date with her?
No.
Well, then it's definitely not a breakup. Honestly, Rain's one of the smartest people that we've most likely met during the death game. I only met her a few times because she bought from the store, but it was always the times you weren't there.
Seth will fold his arms and lean across the railing on the stairs and just listen. Being quiet.
But what about any other visitors you guys had?
Other than my dad, Kana was there too. I basically told her to help get the word out to all the people that we know. And that she assured me, quite boldly, mind you, that while I wouldn't be around to help protect her, she made it abundantly clear that she is more than capable of handling herself. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. We've also got Thierry's Mafia looking into the issue as well, keeping a close eye on any possible infiltration points from outside our borders.
That's good.
Seth will then step down. And I've been doing some research to try and keep us as safe as possible, too.
Oh yeah, sorry, Jinsei. I should have warned you. I heard his screaming earlier.
You heard nothing!
You were able to hear that?
Hey, it's my store, and even though it's muffled, it doesn't stop floorboards. It only stops the walls, sadly.
Anyway...
You'd be amazed at the random nights people decided to fuck upstairs. And I had to hear it.
Huh. Anyway, hello, my doormate and roommate. By the way, if I wake up and you're spooning me, it's over. It's done between us.
Seth, we have 2 different beds. What the fuck?
Looks to Yuto and winks. You feeling better now?
Wait, why are you looking at me and winking?
Because you're my roommate, and I can tell when you're kind of down.
No, I do not feel better. I feel number, if that means anything.
Yeah, you and somebody else, and just Dex Jinsei in the arm. How's the old, whatever you're using now?
It's in the hemisphere. My nerve gear got taken.
Oh, I know. Any number? Doesn't feel right, does it?
No, it really doesn't.
Well, if you need help convincing the general, I'll help as much as I can. But, with me having to, wag my tail and sit when he wants me to.
Talking about nerve gears, actually. I looked into the nerve gears as well, as you said, Seth. And you're gonna be surprised with what I say.
We've been through a lot. It's gonna take a lot to surprise me.
We have 5 of the 7 first alpha testing nerve gears in our group.
What?
You're kidding.
You mean we're only missing 2?
Yeah.
Shit. We gotta find those.
Sheeta had one.
Oh.
Which makes sense why his code became a harder reality within the seed. He was part of the
Who's
baseline.
got the other one?
We assume it was Kayaba. But we haven't
What
found...
about Kirito?
No, definitely not. We have his written down.
Okay, good.
But we're pretty sure Kayaba was the 7th. It makes the most sense, but after his brain was downloaded, the nerve gear also was destroyed.
Maybe that's why we get so much interactions with them. I mean, Sheeta, I know he's now a part of the story, quote unquote, but to do this and still act
Robot!
Why? But also be
Oh my god.
Say fuck. Okay, that's still working. So yeah, it's an internet issue. And you're clear.
Why?
Apparently your sorrow
Why
is...
does this happen?
We can hear you clearly now.
Oh, good. Yay. Look, that's my only guess as to why we can interact with them, besides them being somewhat here in the code. Turn off your brights, you dick! I mean, I'm sorry,
Back in, Garrett.
asshole.
But what do you
He
mean
did it
by?
as I was
What do you mean by interacting?
I mean, fuck with us during the Illfang fight, and I mean, we've all had some interaction with Kayaba F, so maybe it has something to do with these nerve gear. These.
Oh god, he's gone.
Well, I heard what he was finishing off, so that's fine. Tiri's original nerve gear, Pokemon.
Am I beep boop beep boop?
Not anymore.
Right.
But yeah, Pokemon,
Nope.
your
I'm
original
no-
nerve gear before you
no longer
confiscated it was an alpha nerve gear.
Oh,
And it's also the one Yuto got back for you.
gotcha. I was unsure
Yeah.
if he just got back a nerve gear.
No, it was her original. When Yuto looks for somebody's nerve gear, he looks for the one that was actually listed with their name. So it is the one you confiscated is returned to you.
Also,
But continue on, Seth, as Terry, you log on, and you're in a room.
I'm gonna need
But,
to escape.
Go for it.
I just walk downstairs as you continue talking. I'll jump in at a better part.
Yeah, you'll hear them talking
Okay.
as you're heading down the stairs.
I mean, it would make sense. We're the only ones who have experienced both Kay and Sheeta at this point. Obviously, there's some connection to these nerve gear.
Well, with the whole Sheeta thing, I think that's more part of the story. But there is also
Yes.
that weird dialogue issue that Terry brought up, so it's also a weird point.
On top of that, it reactivated the death code for a short time. Something's going on with these nerve gear
Wait,
that nobody
the
else is
death code?
experiencing. Yeah, as far as I know, I was bleeding, Yuto. Bleeding.
Well, there could have
That
been.
event didn't.
I only healed after I got out of the rocks.
Yeah, but the death game never showed blood necessarily.
True.
So that was probably more of a visual of like that should have happened, but we all know like everything that went on wasn't supposed to be right by what Strea said.
Uh-huh.
So
If you want, I can see if I can get a hold of Strea and see if she can't bring up the code from that day. I don't know if she would have it stored anywhere, but it's worth a shot. Double check for certain.
no, you don't have to worry about that, as she just immediately just one arm hugs you, nearly strangling you.
Seth just turns. Huh. Hey. How did I know you'd be listening? Probably because I too would have been listening, like I was.
Oh, I was hiding in your shirt pocket.
You were what? I had a tiny Strea. I had a pocket Strea?
You look down and she just flips your nose. Made you laugh.
Oh, damn it! I was excited for all of 2 seconds and then I got pranked by something I would do. Fuck!
Fury,
She really is a clone of you.
Fury
Yeah.
finally walks around the corner.
Hey! Rise and
Hi.
shine, how did you sleep? Dumb question, I know, but...
No, honestly better than usual. Sako came by.
Good.
Seth, you see Strea staring at Tiri with, not with her usual smile and, like, goofy face, like how you usually smile and stuff. She actually looks like she's analyzing Tiri.
Kiri doesn't notice this as she just, like, walks up, looks over to Yuto, and just, like, how do I phrase this? How do I phrase this in a way Tiri would say? Nice Kate. I'm sorry for going straight to your dad about that thing.
Yuto will simply put a hand on your head and gently ruffle your hair. It's fine. It was the best action you could take. And also, while we're in line, please just call me Yuto.
Sorry, it's just...
I know. The events were rough.
Just wanted
Boy,
to
oh boy, am I...
feel when I said that.
Boy, oh boy, am I glad I got that secretary's number.
Yeah, lucky you.
Strea,
Dude, she gave it to me. It was weird. Anyway.
Strea lets go of you before going over to Tiri, squatting down, turning her head to face her, putting a gentle kiss on her forehead before pulling her into a hug and holding her close.
Strea, you good?
Yuto will look over to you as like, she is a mental health program.
Very fair. Very fair.
Like, wide-eyed for a second, slightly close, hug.
And she's petting the top of your head, too. She knows you just need a hug right now. After about, I'm going to say 5 minutes of Strea hugging you, she'll let you go, or not 5 minutes, about 3 minutes of hugging you. She'll let you go, give you a smile. Feeling better?
Yeah, a bit.
That's what I
my
thought,
God.
my little scribe, as she just boops your nose.
Actually, Strea, I've got a question for you.
She stands up, turns around, goes into a Wonder Woman pose. What's up, brother?
Okay, so when we went and fought Illfang, the one where you had to hide the code, do you have a copy of that? I want to see if there was any irregular code that was going on.
Nope, as it quickly deleted itself. But I will say that 87%, 87.7653% of that fight was actually scripted.
Good. Did anything happen with the old death code there? Because honestly, seeing blood come out of a digital character kind of freaked me out.
No, that was partially scripted, but it was not scripted in the right sequence. It is an event that is to be partaken, but that one was done in a irregular formatting.
Sheeta.
Okay, so
He
the
was only
events...
1.3% of the irregular code.
Wait, only 1.3?
Yep.
What was the rest?
Anomalous actions done by the NPCs of the room. It was more resembling of the actual original Death Game coding.
So something was actually trying to kill us in there.
Yes, Illfang apparently had a resembling codes of the 2nd floor and 5th floor bosses, including one from the... And you see her look up as, like, you could see the numbers trailing through her eyes. The 76th floor boss's fiery skin and immunity.
Say what?
Holy fuck.
Illfang was turned into an amalgamation of old data during that fight. And only 87% of Illfang was proper coding, including the mixture of code.
Seth starts breathing really fucking quick. Oh, shit took a really bad turn. Oh, fuck.
And you stood right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I did.
The 14%,
Oh,
the 14% of irregular code was that red pock markings, which do have traces of coding from the character Sheeta, but completely reformatted into its own unique pattern.
Seth just walks over to a table, just sets his hands on it. Oh, I could have died.
Chances of your death would only been even if you're talking about actual lifeline, a 0.000000001% chance.
There was still a chance, and I know my luck. Holy fuck!
But you dying as your avatar character, there was a 100% chance. Then you caused an irregularity. That was the DM having to stop and say it properly. But of course, the irregularity is also because of your anomalous ability to use the seed's willpower function.
Hey, Yuto, you got a drink?
Not enough for that, my friend. Not enough for
Fucking
that.
shit. All right, later then. Wait, Yuto, what's gonna happen to our families?
Well, yours is in America, so most likely American government is going to be putting them in a witness protection. Jinsei's has moved into the military base. I don't have any other family other than Crystal and my kid, who has also moved into the military base.
And mine is in the boonies.
Your
no,
family's safe, technically.
No, Yuto, my wife and kid.
They're also living with Crystal and my son.
Okay, thank God.
They're,
Alright, at least
they're
they're-
actually roomed together, which is a bit weird that they roomed us together, but not with our wives.
Probably trying to keep us from getting a little too frisky while this whole thing blows over.
I mean, if we wanted to get frisky, I'd do it anyways.
Yeah, Yuto don't give two shits.
Yeah, I could see it, sadly.
Seth, you don't give two shits either. I've heard your stories about the one time your grandmother walked in.
Wait, whoa. Leans in close. That's a personal thing. What the fuck?
Okay, dare I even ask?
I tell them about the stuffed unicorn? Huh?
Why are you referencing the Deadpool movie?
I'm not. I'm referencing fucking The Witcher. Come on.
Both have stuffed unicorns!
Yes, I know! You know what? It's
Let's
fine.
get back on topic, please.
Yeah, I agree.
Strea leans in. There was a topic?
Yeah.
No.
Because I'm really interested in the stuffed unicorn now.
We'll get to it later. Okay, so we know there's been irregularities in the code. That's happening not just because of Sheeta, but also the previous code from Death Game?
Yes. A lot of recycled and reused assets.
Strea, has this only happened to us?
Nope. Unless
Okay.
you mean that, the current Illfang fight scenario that you went in. No, you are the 1%.
1%? You mean there's one other person that's done that before?
No, I mean literally, your entire group is the 1% of all players that done that.
Oh,
So you're saying it has only happened to us, then?
So far, yes.
Looks over to Yuto. There may be merit in my theory. Though we can't necessarily say for certain that that's the case.
It is not, as it seems to be a random occurrence. But I will say the random malicious code that seemed to alter itself into the frameworks was all on its own. And is connected to a new Sheeta character that was made for the storyline. And
when did this malicious code suddenly take effect during the fight?
you see her look up and start processing the numbers. As soon as you got to that part of the fight. There's no other traces of it appearing.
Just looks over
Some-
to Jinsei. So, you don't think some of Sheeta's code survived, did you? You told us it was all destroyed, yeah?
It's doubtful it would have survived. I collaborated with a bunch of IT nerds to ensure that Sheeta's code was completely destroyed back in GGO. So ideally, it should be non-existent now. Wait a minute. What if someone somehow managed to preserve that code just
And
before
upload
his
it?
death?
And upload it? Possibility.
Wait,
I mean, hell.
there is one other occurrence that it has appeared. It was,
Oh?
It was during one of your Nerve Gear deep dive memory flashbacks.
Which one
Wait.
in particular?
Wait.
The pockmarks on that green sword during your visit to the lady,
Yeah.
the lady within that little pond. The Lake Maiden, they call her?
Yeah,
What?
that one. The one where we actually saw all our characters interacting together and Yuto looking like he just got...
Fake memory me dying.
Yeah.
Jinsei, there could be a possibility that somebody saved Sheeta,
I will
only
say,
to re-upload him later.
I will say, the malicious code that was present in that scenario was very dormant, as if it was purposely set to be inactive, except for in visualization, before it was also completely eradicated around the same time that the cutscene demonstrated demolition of said pockmarks and the blade in your hand.
Wait, Jinsei, you don't think he's waking up slowly over time, do you? Like, I don't know, like he's in some kind of stasis?
That doesn't make any sense. Why would someone want to save Sheeta's code after knowing what he's done?
Mama?
Good question. Why does people want to follow the Laughing Coffin when they know what they've done? Because they agree with what he's doing.
But that doesn't seem right. Sheeta never aligned himself with Laughing Coffin. In fact, I saw him kill a few members himself before he took off.
Who said it had anything to do with Laughing Coffin? They could just be followers of Sheeta himself. We could be dealing with two extra factions that we're not used to now.
Maybe just somebody's just used it to get back at someone?
Thierry, you see Strea looking forward and has been standing still as you guys were conversing. You can tell she is processing something.
Strea? You alright?
She blinks twice before looking to you and returning to her smile. Yes, what's wrong?
You kind of zoned out there for a minute.
You were processing, weren't you?
Yes, I was coming up with a hypothesis, along with a lot of cross-referencing. May I share a possible theory?
Go ahead.
That's what we're doing.
Code cannot be truly deleted, especially off of the seed, unless it was hard-wiped, and hard-wiping the seed is near impossible, with only a very few interactions of original source code overwriting or adapting the code that was erased. Prime example being Yui upon her first attempt of being erased. It wasn't that she was going to be completely gone, but she was actually going to be distributed amongst the other mental health programs, including myself.
So...
Having our data completely overwrite it and free up space.
So Sheeta's code may have adapted.
If not that, along with the recycling after the initial code was supposedly hard-wiped, it was then repurposed into data that also had parts of pre-existing data of Sheeta, which has reawakened the code over time.
So...
AKA a glitch in the system on old deleted data or leftover parts.
AKA Sheeta's still around.
But as
No
I stated
way.
before, the code of Sheeta has been altered in a way to where it is a new and unique signature. It is not what I would call the original Sheeta, but a perverse altercation.
When you word it like that, it would only make more sense that way. I actually did hear his voice in my head at one point mocking the copy.
That, I believe, is called a mental disorder through your post-traumatic stress disorder. Have you talked to a psychiatrist?
Not since I escaped the death game, no.
Please consider visiting one again.
Yeah, please consider visiting one again.
Pats Jinsei on the back, or you could talk to us if you feel comfortable that way.
Or I can give you plenty of hugs to make you forget about that scary voice as she brings you to a hug with your face in between her breasts.
Jinsei, I'm sorry. Jinsei, I'm sorry. This might be my fault. What with, my personality and all.
Big Sister Strea will take care away of all of your desires and needs, and also get rid of all the evil thoughts in your head.
Please release me from your chest.
Aw, I
Strea?
thought it was supposed to be bitches like cannons and edgelords likes being in between women's breasts.
That does not count for me. And plus, I'm already taken.
I didn't say anything about taking you, but fair enough. As she just releases you, and then looks over to Seth like, I thought that Hellsing Bridge reference would have worked.
And we appreciate the reference. We honestly do. It's just serious talk. Serious face.
By the way, Strea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but last time we were on, didn't you say you had a, you were holding, some of the code back while you got us out of there?
I actually do still have some of it on hold. But, it all depends on everyone's comfortable states at the moment. And if anyone is not using a nerve gear, if they would wish for it to be held back till a nerve gear has been reacquired.
Well, it's gonna be some time before I even get mine back, so...
But what I can tell, 3 of the 4 of you do have nerve gears, so if the one without one is fine, I can release the data to all of you right now.
Looks to Jinsei. Jinsei, if I forget, slap the fuck out of me.
That will do nothing.
Doesn't matter. Plus, who knows? It might make him feel better.
I'll take whatever information I can get. Go ahead and release Strea.
Alright, but first I recommend everyone to take a seat in a booth rather than these stools in case any of you have shock and fall over.
Yeah, I'd hate to have a seizure and flop about on the floor. Let's go with that.
The risk of a seizure is a very low percentage of 0.000000001% chance for your mental health.
Looks to Strea. Look.
For
again,
Tiri, it's almost a 2%.
Look, still, I know my luck. I'd rather not take the chance. Seth is gonna go and take an inside seat for the booth. Pats the seat next to him. Come on, Yuto!
He sits in front of you.
You asshole.
Next to Yuto.
Oh, she likes me.
Well, looks like I get Jinsei.
No,
At least
it's more that I don't like Seth.
At least he doesn't have to travel far to slap the fuck out of me.
Oof. Seth, I'm sorry.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that. I was off on a side tangent. I'll choose to ignore it for now. Whatever it was.
Alright. Everyone ready to be buckled into a memory? And you all just get the memory. Straight, Jinsei, for you just get a cutscene. Everyone else just goes like the slack-faced, almost like they're about to drool on themselves kind of expression. You just see a cutscene in front of you. Everyone, make wisdom saves except for Jinsei.
Alright, hold on. This might be the day, people. This might be the day. Is today the day Seth finally loses himself in a game? Let's find out on SAO hard mode. Don't tell me you thought I was going to say next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I was going...
You did say it before, but you said it now, so...
I mean,
just because I'm curious, roll one in GM for me.
Okay.
Wisdom save?
Yes, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Hi, Mike.
What?
Today's the day.
What did you roll total?
5.
5? And that's with your wisdom
Yeah.
modifier.
Uh-huh. I
All
rolled a
right.
2.
That's the day he fails.
Today's the day, boys. Today's the day.
All right, Terry, if it wasn't for your whisper ahead of time, you would have succeeded. So good thing we're not going with that.
All right, I've also got to clock in. Wish me luck.
All right. I'll wait for him to come back to tell him the surprising news.
I mean, I'm right here. I can hear you.
Oh, fair enough. Yuto. Yuto succeeds! For the first fucking time!
He gets to see it from the outside.
Yep, but, as Seth fails, for Jinsei, who's getting the cutscene, for the brief moment that you do look at Tire, you see that there is a hint of resistance before giving in. You watch her purposely fail against this invasion of false memories.
What the?
Alright, I'm clocked in. That's all.
So, yeah, Seth, you hear that?
Yeah, Tiri purposely gave in. I did not purposely give in, but I mean, here we are.
Going to the memories that you all would have received during that, you all get a memory of seeing each other on the second floor, all bloodied and bruised, except for the scribe, who has the least amount of injuries, who more just recently teleported there to visit Nilla, Jinsei, Yuto, and Seth. She congratulates them for fighting off the kobold horde, and that the sovereign has been taken to his bedchambers and is being tended to try and prolong his life and cause the grievous wounds to slow down and hopefully allow him to live longer. This is before the memories that was first shown when you cleared the Illfang boss fight, where the Sovereign was dying on his bed.
Yeah.
You remember seeing dead bodies of other guards through the catacombs in that room. And you guys weren't the ones that fought Illfang. You remember seeing an old man wearing plate armor with a painted-on raven head on his chest and a leather cloak with also the painted-on symbol of the Raven Guard, wielding a hammer that looked very reminiscent of Nilla's, with bleeding wounds everywhere on him, his armor almost being stained red with his own blood. The man that had fought alongside the Sovereign in that pit before partially retreating and coming back to end this fight. Nilla, though, was not in the fight alongside all of you. She remained behind at the entrance of the dungeon, where a mass army of kobolds had managed to break through, and it was her, along with Seth's mercenaries, fighting off the kobolds that had made it into the city. While Seth and the others ran ahead alongside the other Raven Guard and Dark Iron Palace guards that were unaligned to clearing the catacombs, essentially going head first into hell. And after Illfang's defeat alongside another Raven Guard ally, a man with slick black hair and a long sword that looked very ornate, aiding the older man, the leader of the guards that you know, both from the spectral view from when you unlocked that legendary encounter and of your fake memory selves. They had warned all of you not to get closer as Seth tried to give them backup, realizing that Illfang was being boosted by a magical effect that was irregular. Like an outside force gave him this power. And his fur had turned black, and flame would spontaneously combust and die on his skin. After Illfang's defeat, alongside the young man who had gained a grievous wound on his leg, and the commanding general on the floor dying, Seth and Yuto had rushed over, held him up, and he only simply told them, do not let Dilla die at any cost. And before they could ask further questions, he had died in their arms. Now we'll go to the scene of them outside of the catacombs after these memories that had flashed into them on the arrival of the scribe. As the four of you are on the ground, bleeding, beaten, bruised, and exhausted.
Yuto, remind me to never rush in again.
What are you talking about? I rushed in with you.
Okay, correction. You remind me and I'll remind you.
Ugh. What about you, Jitsei? How are your Bart marks?
I'm here. It hurts a lot, but I'm still alive.
That's all we can ask.
And
You sure you don't want to join my mercenaries? I know I've asked you multiple times, but I mean, I really think you'd be a good fit.
Not interested.
It was worth a shot.
What about you, Nilla? And Nilla looks over and just, I'm fine. I'll live through it. Had a lot worse on the earlier attacks.
How are my mercenaries? Are most of them still standing?
The scribe. You know that his mercenaries all have survived. And only 3 with grievous wounds. They're just as well trained as he is.
Yes, believe me. All of them are kicking and accounted for. Only a handful of them with wounds as grievous as yours, Wells.
Well, good. That means I trained all of them well enough. Except for those 3. When they get healed, it's double time.
Honestly, it's becoming more and more apparent why I didn't keep up with martial training.
And who thought your mercenaries would almost outdo the guards?
Like I said, I trained them right.
Are you sure you don't want to be a guard captain?
Nah, too much paperwork involved. Mercenary work pays far better, too.
And he dare not get in the way of my hammer, as Nilla speaks up with a smile on her face.
Honestly, the paperwork thing is the only thing the two of us can really agree on, isn't it? She says with a coy grin.
And even if they did get in the way of your hammer, I'm sure all of them would at least be able to tank one hit.
She was talking. Oh yeah, never mind. Because she was talking about Seth getting in her way.
And if you're talking about me getting in your way, I could go all day.
She just gives you a respectful nod before going back to her own wounds.
How's the Sovereign?
He's doing well. He's been taken back to his quarters, and we're giving him all the treatment we can spare to make sure he, well, keeps kicking as long as he can.
Good. We need to find out who's gonna rule after him. We can't leave this place without a ruler.
Yes, and one other thing I'd really like cleaned up.
Oh?
It's nothing to worry about. Just a personal matter.
Oh, well, if you need help, for a small fee, I can send you a few mercenaries.
And for a slightly larger fee, I can get you all the information you need.
And for no fees, I'll provide you an extra sword.
I mean, I guess I could give my dagger in for free.
No,
Oh,
don't worry. It's something between me and the Sovereign himself.
Oh.
If you're sure.
alright then.
So, second spire.
Then
You said this is where you get those crystals for your teleportation?
That's correct. At
Okay.
least from what I've heard in the research.
Forget how difficult it is to go through these floors.
It's not that difficult. It just hurts a little.
Nothing's ever easy. But it's all about the journey in the end.
But,
Wouldn't be
Scribe,
fun if it was.
are you sure that was magic that was boosting him up, but not some sort of herb with a drug effect?
Yeah, aren't you the only one with magic around here?
Only human, yes. But in terms of other creatures, we know there are still plenty that have connections to mysticism.
Alright, the drow. Those fucks.
The drow, the elves,
Ugh.
the dragons.
Right, so it was some kind of external force. We'll have to figure out what the fuck did it then.
Yeah. I thought that something was a bit odd that Illfang started behaving unnaturally. Not to mention its appearance.
Yeah. His appearance more resembled that of those minotaurs on the later floors. Black in skin and fur.
There's not only that, it also adopted a completely different fighting style. It was much more aggressive,
Is it
almost
me?
erratic.
Is it me, or did it feel like our weapons were gonna break when we were trying to hit the damn thing? Even its kobold friends were fucking tough.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
They also had armor, better equipment this time too.
Something isn't right. Something's changed.
They're getting support somewhere.
But from
We'll
who?
have to track them down and cut it off at the source. Especially if
Yuto,
we're
you
going to make it to the higher spires.
Yuto, you can get your spy network on this, right?
Oh, I can do more than that. And you see him draw the fatal finger for flipping it up in the air and then catching it by the hilt. I got some drow to visit. Guess they didn't like it. I killed the last queen.
You visit them. I'll go talk to the elves. See if they can't be at least a little bit, cordial.
Yuto will then look to the scribe. You don't mind me going to talk to the drow again, seeing they fear me now? Or would you rather me be a little more diplomatic?
A little diplomacy never hurt anyone, she says, pushing up her glasses anime-esque.
Maybe
not-
that's what I should name my sword.
But a little...
Diplomacy.
As far as I've been able to tell, all about you and your clears, neither did a little more physical persuasion, she says with a coy grin. When need be.
So will then flip his dagger before sheathing it. Alright. Gotcha. Sprinkle of diplomacy and a lot of stabbing.
Well, if you need a bit of extra help, just send a messenger and I'll come a-running.
And I wouldn't mind seeing that flash step of yours in action again.
Oh, don't remind me of that. It takes so much out of me nowadays. It's like whatever the knife's allowing me to do is getting drained.
I was gonna say, you do look a little bit slower when you use it. Almost as though you're running through water.
I might just need recharge on those drow souls again, but by what I know, it's at its maximum power, so I don't know why I would need a refuel.
Maybe using that skill comes with a different kind of cost.
Yeah, I should use it less often now.
At least until you can figure out what's going on with it.
Yes.
If we're gonna split up properly, seeing you already have 3 of the 5 crystals you need, Jinsei, you take some of his mercenaries and some of the guards into the mining ravines. I hear there was a smith down there known as, called him the Steel Driving Man. He'll help you mine some of those crystals out. But there was a technician up here trying to make some fancy tech to outbeat him. Hopefully, the two haven't gone to each other's throats.
Fine, I'll work with them. They just better stay out of my way.
Don't worry, I've already told them to listen to everything you say. You and Yuto. So, they'll follow you like they're your own soldiers.
I'll go along with them just in case something comes up. Might as well give them the extra protection while you two are out and about doing your own things. Nilla will speak up, putting Clap's shoulder on Jinsei's... Or Clap's hand on Jinsei's shoulder. I realize I fucked up words there.
You're good.
Left shoulder on Jinsei's hand.
Oh, and Nilla,
Yeah.
while we were down there, me and Yuto, we found somebody who said to keep you safe.
Yeah, I saw him on the way out.
Okay.
It was my old man.
Well, he
sorry.
fought bravely.
It's alright. Died as he lived, and I plan to die the same way. On my
least
feet,
now we
fighting
know
for the
where-
better cause.
At least now we know where you got the gall to do everything you do. And the skills to back it up.
Damn right.
Please, Noah. You won't die. I won't allow that.
Good. Get each other's back. Remember, our goal is to meet up for the teleportation.
Yeah. And hell, might get to know you better. Tell you about my own life. And she gets up before holding a hand out to him to help him up. Does Jinsei take her hand?
Oh, Jean says she was...
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take it.
She'll pull you up to your feet. And she has the raven-headed hammer on her back now. That the old commanding general would have had. So when she came out with you guys, you would have seen she picked up that hammer.
That suits you.
Well, I was called the Raven Queen, the one who made the Raven Guard. My old man would have given it to me once he thought I was worthy of it. And seeing I outlived him, I guess there's no other worth to prove.
Oh, believe me, you could spend your entire life proving it to him. But I'm willing to bet he thought just as highly of you as you thought of him.
That's why I'll use this thing in his name.
Jinsei gives a simple nod. Make him proud. For us both.
Alright, let's head out.
Alright, you tell. Let's get going.
While you all do this, I will finish some more preparations and get the blade of abyssal glass to help me search out the last crystals needed.
Oh,
Alright.
send her the Omamori and take as many supplies as you need. Since we're back on the original spire that I was living in, you'll find a lot in there, especially underneath the hatch in the back room. And
Alright. Hopefully I don't take a tumble down there.
don't arrest me for what all I have down there. It's not all fully legal.
Wait,
No promises.
Yuto, you hid the thing that I gave you, right? It's not down there?
No, no! Shut the fuck up!
What do you mean you didn't hide it like that?
He's just looking at this just with a smile.
It's... Anyways, we'll go and do this, and as they're walking around, just slaps him side the head. It's not in that fucking basement, you idiot!
Son of a bitch, don't hit me upside the fucking head.
Stop talking about the illegal shit we do! And they just get out of earshot. And this is where
gonna miss-
memories will all change.
I'm gonna miss them when they're behind bars.
After that. Jinsei, you are now at the Steel Driving Man boss fight area. Only instead, you see this very young man that has like streaks of white hair. As you see him in a shed building something, as you see a very strong, burly man with two like sledgehammers that can run rail spikes into the ground, pushing and like these sledgehammers are on his hips as he's pushing a cart full of copper and iron minerals out, along with some coal chunks. Before he looks over to the younger man, I told you for the last time, your little contraption isn't gonna be faster than me when it comes to knocking this stuff out. I can run steel faster than any machine you can probably make. Which the young man looks over like, you don't know that, and I can tell you right now this thing can probably drill twice as fast than you can hammer at those rocks with your pythons. It's way more effective as well, as seeing it only uses the magical crystals in the cave as a fuel source, and those things can run for days on end, where you still have to sleep at night.
What's going on?
And the steel driving man just walks over. I don't sleep half the time, seeing this job needs to be done with the little amount of forces we have anymore. It's a miracle our town is surviving. You can interject at any moment.
Excuse me.
Oh!
What's up?
Wait, you knew. Wait. Did you guys unlock the doorway over here?
Yes, we did.
We got workers back!
Up, cool your chest there, Zippy. It wasn't easy to get up here, you know.
Wait. You're all heavily armed. What's going on?
Well, consider this. In order to open the door to get up here, we had to fight our way through a giant beast known as Illfang the Kobold Lord.
Oh, that's what the horde moving through was. We barely managed to keep ourselves locked away in the shed to hide from them.
Yeah, well, if we didn't need all of these weapons, then we probably would have been up here with minimal wounds. However, something changed. It seemed that Illfang was receiving some kind of outside enhancement. Where from, we don't know. It cost us a lot. We lost the commanding general of our guild, and on top of that, the Sovereign was gravely injured.
Is that so? Deepest apologies.
We came up here looking for some kind of crystal that could be used for teleportation. We were hoping that you would know something about that.
Repeat that? Sorry, I didn't fully catch it.
No, he was asking the steel driving man if he knew anything about teleportation crystals in the area.
Teleportation crystals? No. But we do have some magic crystals that's been growing in the caves. And you see the younger man off to the side. Yes, and they're an excellent fuel source. They can make my machines run for hours on days. And when you hear machines, you're like, that word is foreign to you. Like, what the fuck is a machine?
I'm sorry? A machine?
Don't mind him. He's making these metal contraptions that apparently can do the job of 10 men by itself, but I have proven damn well enough that I run better than that thing. Which the young man will then speak up. You still don't know that. I barely got it functioning. I still need 2 more crystals for a fuel source.
What kind of crystals are you looking for?
We found small chunks of golden ones in there, but there's a big cluster of blue ones. They apparently have this concentrated energy in them. We could show you where they're at, but you gotta be careful in pulling them out or they might explode. We had a cave-in once and barely made it out with our lives.
Do you have any sort of equipment that would allow me to extract these crystals?
Just mining equipment. It mines like any other ore, you just gotta be careful on where you swing it. Gotta find where it's weakest in points. That's where the less power is stored. It's like it naturally knows that it can't store energy everywhere. It's a very miraculous thing and almost makes you think it's alive. It's very fascinating from the studies I've done on it.
I'd like to take a look at that myself. What kind of mining equipment would you be willing to spare for us?
Whatever you find in there. All the workers left their stuff. And they start leading you into the mines along with some of the mercenaries while the others stay out with Nilla. And basically what you saw in the first floor dungeon is in this cave.
Yeah, the fragments of the radius and the giant blue arcane crystals, right?
Mm-hmm. For the fragment of the radius, you do find like one small cluster, but you're only able to probably harvest one good shard, but for the rest just crumble. And just losing all of its power. Only the shard in your hand you get to seem to keep power in it. And with the help of some of the mercenaries and the steel driving man and showing you how to properly mine it without causing explosions, you guys get a few decent chunks, but after they leave the cave system, only the largest chunk seems to be keeping its power, while the other ones lose some just on leaving that spot, it seems. Less effective. But those smaller chunks, the younger man with the white streaks through his hair takes them anyways and starts putting them into his machine, breaking them down further into more proper, like, prism shapes, and inserting them into sockets onto his machine.
This thing, you're certain it'll work as intended?
Yes, most definitely.
I can't imagine what kind of maintenance this thing will have over continued use.
Oh, trust me, with the right calculations, I can say that we can get our ore production of what normal miners would get in a single day at least multiplied by 5.
And if that doesn't work, there's always more of that good old-fashioned elbow grease.
Yes, but of course I have reduced all the numbers and the possible fatality rates, and this honestly would be the safest route. You don't even have to fully man it. You just have to be able to have one person behind it. And if things start going wrong, you can turn it off and just yank it behind you.
Right.
And in all honesty, despite what I say, which is still a terrible loss, but only one person would be lost if something was to happen instead of a whole mine shaft or offshoot of a mining tunnel being lost. A lot less lives lost.
I'm not quite sure I agree with that statement.
I'm not saying it's a good value to look at, but when you look at it like numbers, is it worse to lose only one person? Or possibly 50?
See, unlike you, I prefer to save everyone.
Well, like I
regardless
said,
of numbers.
I believe in the same thing, mister. I'm just saying, looking at it just numerically, it is better to lose 1 than 50. Not everyone's going to have the same viewpoint as me and you. The whole point of me making this is so it helps both sides of those viewpoints agree with it. It can save
sure
the
hope-
time of multiple lives, but of course for those that only look at it numerically, where you're only losing one person over 50, which is more elbow grease than
Personally, I
The other
prefer
thing.
either. I'm sorry for being dumb.
you're fine.
Jinsei lowers his gaze for a moment, pondering. Is this something that my dad once told me? To save more than less, regardless of the outcome?
But, anyways, you have your crystal, and I hope it's good enough to help you with your cause, as I get back to working on this. And, you hear the steel-driving man that's going back into the cave. Please don't put more stupid ideas in his head. Oh, says you! You're still doing it with 2 hammers rather than proper picks!
I hope that one day the two of you can set aside your differences, because all this bickering is going to get you nowhere in the long run.
Now we will cut to, to Seth's memory. Seth, you are sitting amongst a table with 4 elves, all of their light skin and blondish hair, one with a more auburn hair. Your arms are crossed as you have a thick steak in front of you, while the others seem to be eating what more seems to be like dishes of fish with their delicately looking nice food all dressed up, while you have where you have a perfectly done medium rare to medium steak. lathered in your favorite sauce that you make yourself, and it already half eaten. And you're just looking bored at these elves trying to make a decision if they would help find out who this person is, and if any of them have an idea amongst their people would supply kobolds of all things aid. And it's starting to piss you off with how long they're taking.
Seth is just gonna take a deep breath. Well, as you guys decide, or as you all decide, I do actually have a question that I'm curious about, if you don't mind me asking.
They look to you, and as they eat, they wait for your question.
What's it like being able to use magic?
Magic? Well, to us it's as natural as breathing and seeing. It just comes naturally to us. We're connected to, I guess you could say, the lives of what you don't see as living. Grass, the trees, the rocks, they all have a energy force to them. Something that makes them strong and living in their own rights. Grass is very weak and frail. One blade will not ever make the difference in the world. But like you humans and your short lifespans, you multiply fast and you spread fast and cover every bit of land you can. Grass is the same way. It multiplies, spreads, and amongst its spreading, it causes a flourishing effect. Makes the earth healthier, where you humans tend to upheave that ground and destroy, yes, and build these cities of yours, and you fight off the plants to have your organized look.
Yes, well, I don't necessarily agree with what some of the other people do. Honestly, I kind of like the look of nature. A more natural look would be quite nice and beautiful, especially in the more populated areas.
I will say we're at least glad that on the 2nd to 9th spires, that you humans built the least amount of towns possible in respects to our orders and demands of a peace to keep remaining between us, which, again, we are still grateful for.
Well, we're grateful for all the help you guys have given. That's for certain. That and your advice is very valuable to us. Since, you all have been around here at least far longer in respects to us. At least I do believe so. I don't know, it's been a while.
Some of our
since I've
elders
seen
have
you.
been here since the creation of Aincrad, friend. We've been here since the beginning, before your people were swooped up on the lower spires. Of course, that is the Dark Elves' fault, and that's why we war against them.
Right. Do they know about the humans' plans to teleport to a place with magic? Are they aware of that, or?
We
That's a
were
question for
barely
Mike.
aware of that till now, until you discussed
That's a question
it
for
with
the
us.
DM, but
Oh,
that's
no.
my answer.
They
Well.
don't know about it, and we barely did till you discussed it with us. Which, to be fair, it seems that the things that relocked the doors of the spires also caused a devastating effect and caused the monsters to ravage much more ferociously and harshly. There does seem to be magic at play that we are not aware of.
Mhm. Well, the reason I ask what it's like to use magic is I don't use it wrong. I don't want to hurt people if I can help it. I want to use it for the betterment of everyone, including you elves, if I can help it.
It is only wrong if you aim for only destruction. wanton destruction. But if you only seek to destroy to protect, then it's not wrong.
I don't want to use magic to destroy at all. I'm plenty good at that with physical strength. I want to use it to help people, to heal them if they're wounded. If that's possible.
It should be, but healing magics are more for those of dedicated mind. You seem to be more dedicated of strength. So healing magics would probably come to you less likely, except through the help of items enchanted by our people.
I see. Well, that is what it is then. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. Do you know of anybody who might have done this?
Other than the Drow and their currently near extinct existence, no. None of our people, at least. We can still look into it, but Coldbloods are just as much enemies to us as they are to you, so...
Well, if you can see what you can find, I would appreciate it. Yuto, the King of Coin, has already gone to discuss things with the Drow. So...
the exterminator himself.
He personally took it upon himself to do this.
That dagger does have a very unique reputation with him, seeing it was their dark magics that first brought it to being. It's nice to see that it's being used against them.
Seems like it's slowing down, though. He's not able to bring out the full extent of its power anymore, even though he says it is, and I quote, fully charged.
Yes, it needed the power of many souls, and then the magical potential of their queen, one of the strongest sorceresses that existed amongst our people, the Drow, and us elves. So, it should be at its maximum potential, seeing as a elven-crafted blade that lives off of our magic and soul essence. Stronger you are of an elf, the stronger it should work. Seeing he is not an elf, he found a loophole in the contract, if I am to quote him correctly, by murdering and absorbing the souls of many elves into it, including a strong sorceress. And with the amount of souls that he harvested being over thousands of souls and the near entire population of the Drow on the spires, no, it should be satiated for thousands of years now. There is no deriving it of power anymore.
Then I wonder why he's slowing down when he uses his flash step.
I don't know what this flash step is, but if he is slowing down after using parts of its potential, it could be that it's trying to merge with his own soul, despite its craft. And that is causing a taxing on his own soul.
I see. Maybe it might change after we go to this new realm. Is there anything we need to know about teleportation before I leave?
For teleportation, there's very significant needings and etchings for it, which we've already shared with the scribe before when she was magically curious. But of course, all of our castings were short distances, anywhere between 10 to 500 feet. What she's aiming for is the need of a scry of a place that she does not know of, and can only assume of based on the alignment of the stars, which, grateful on her that she went to astrology like we have, to discover more interest of magic and its teachings. So what she's doing will require a lot of magical potential, which is why she probably sent to you and your allies to get crystals of all magical locations and of powerful energies.
Wait, so you're telling me it could wind up random where we end up?
possibly. We never tried something this large scale before. It could work perfectly fine, or you could all end up inside out inside of a river.
Well, let's hope it's not the latter.
Seeing your scribe is the one partaking in the studies and has shown to have a 300-year-old elven scholar's ingenuity in such a small frame of time, I very much doubt any of you will die to a mishap, especially with her caution. She truly is a enigmatic student.
Okay, so the worst we have to worry about is being teleported randomly. Alright, that's fine. That we can deal with.
Unless you're teleported straight into the pits of Tartarus.
As you hear the scribe say behind you.
When did you get here?
You see that it is just a projection of her.
My question still stands. When did you get here?
How do you think I've been conferring with the elves while we've been locked away on the first spire?
Well, you could always come and visit them in person. They make amazing food.
Oh, believe me, I'm very much aware.
Hello, Scribe Vinecrad. I'm guessing you need more of our assistance.
Partially. The other part is just me wishing to spook little Wells here a little bit.
Little? Little.
Seth
Me?
just like, I'm taller than you.
You know, I'm called the giant in a man's body for a reason.
That is yet to be proven, though. To me, you're just the first mercenary.
He stands up and pecks his mouth with a napkin. Well, this was quite the endeavor and a very good meal. Thank you all very much.
You're not going to finish it?
Oh, finish it. You got anything I can take it home with me? Honestly, it's a long trek back to the no. Fuck. Michael, your store.
The Omamore.
Omamore, not Orament. I'm sorry, I've been watching way too much Critical Role.
Fair enough.
It's a long trek back to the store, and I would like a snack on the way. If you have something I can take it home with.
You see one come up with these long leaves and just start wrapping the meat in it.
Thank you very much. And if you all ever need any help or assistance, just send word. Me and my mercenaries will be here to help. With no charge.
They will all nod at you and start nodding to each other like, yeah, that's acceptable terms. The one that was folding up the leaves over the half of the steak that you still haven't ate has finished tying it up with some golden thread before handing it to you.
Thank you very much, all of you. And thank you for the information on magic. Hopefully, when I come back from this new world, I can show you what I've learned.
Yes, and that's if we are still here.
Hopefully.
I'll make
I would
sure
hate
of
for
it.
anything to happen to good people.
Alright, well, off with all of you. As they all
Seth,
stand up and go to leave.
Seth gives a little bow, turns to the scribe.
Scribe is also mid-bow.
Tell everybody I'm on my way back.
Very
I
well.
might make a stop or two to gather some herbs or something, so that I can make some potions for the future endeavor. And please, try not to randomly teleport me into a tree.
No promises, but that is very little chance.
Still, even great people make mistakes sometimes. And Seth is just going to start walking.
We will then cut to Tiri. Or
What happened
the
before
scribe.
she decided
Or
to,
the scribe before that, yeah. The scribe. You are currently re-examining your notes, cross-referencing all of the past spells you used for this teleportation. You are fine-tuning the magical circle that you are crafting in one of your spell book's pages. And then you turn to the small cut-up pieces of paper of notes. And just in case, because you know magic can be chaotic and wild, you begin writing notes to leave behind in case your memory is lost. Just in case something does go wrong.
Mhm.
And you know that with your magical expertise, you already have wards on your mind and on your body to help you. And you've already found some mind-altering spells where it can bring back memories or take memories away, seal them away until a certain condition is met, etc., etc. So, even if you do lose your memories, you have backup plans to get them back.
Backup plans upon backup plans upon backup plans with a contingency sprinkled in.
Mm-hmm. And you know how to get
fucking
Oh,
Batman.
and
we'll
you
plan
know
around that.
and you know how to get other people their memories back. So you start leaving notes knowing, all right, this will be a timed event thing. This is something you have to be careful of. So you sprinkle in those notes around certain pages where you know the future you might stumble upon, just in case. And as you finish up your notes, about half of them of what the current Tiri would know once her false memory thing wears off are completed, and you go over the same spell runes and scriptures, and you believe this is 100% done, or at least 100% of what you can do, and it's just praying from there with the magical resources the others are gathering.
Mhm.
The scribe then goes to speak with the sovereign as she wishes to deal with the business she has with him. And when she gets to his bedchamber, he is bandaged everywhere. Splints on his leg, on his legs, and one on his arm. Keep resetting bones and placing them back in place. And he even has splints on his sides and a wooden board heavily tightened to his back.
Her face drops at seeing the state he's in, because, yeah, she wishes she could have gone along with them to aid in the attempt, but that she needed to dedicate all her time and magic to the teleportation.
As you enter, he looks to you and sees the downtrodden face. Scribe, don't feel sorry for me. I did the duty that any ruler should. Should be happy that I am in this state rather than dead. It shows that this old man can still fight and live on.
That's very true.
Now, what is it you wish to talk about? Don't just visit to talk as allies or friends anymore. I know I have caused a separation between us, so please, tell me your worries and what businesses you have.
You're right about that, but it isn't you, it's this entire situation since the spires were sealed back up. But I did want to make sure of something. The Hound. Back in
Yes,
the chamber.
the Hound. What of him?
The man. I say this not to condone any of his actions, but him and that reprehensible guild were unforgivable in any sense of the light. But he's been melted down, built back up, torn apart, put together again. Torture that's, at this point, beyond any sort of mortal capabilities to even fathom coming back from. I'd at some point just wish for him to be dealt with by the powers above rather than us.
How many times has that man died? Has he died enough to equal the number of his guild members? Died enough of those that were lost in the effort? Has his number of deaths met the numbers of all the losses we had to live through?
Unfortunately, not yet. But I still think we have jumped the gun, and we've taken the Radius's duty as judge, jury, and executioner.
Right. I may have been too angry with my judgment. Once I have fully recovered, or if any of my blood still remains, then we shall allow the removal of his curse. But until
Very well.
then, he stays in his torment.
Very well, sir. And never mind.
What were you going to say?
Any of your blood remains? She says, slight smile. Does that... This is Eddie fucking up.
Yeah. Yes, my blood, as in those of my kin. My wife, as we all know, has passed already. My children were killed during the Laughing Coffin incident. I am all that remains, along with my brother, who has been reported dead. All that remains is my niece, and shall her blood live on? Or if she dies before her next of kin, then hound shall remain as a mortal state.
See. I'll see the utmost protection regarding her. And well, overall in the other world.
Seek to it. That rather our dark blood not fade away, or from history become forgotten. She is our last hope, one that inspired my brother to find that bright future.
Would the scribe be aware of the identity of his niece?
Yes,
Oh.
she would be the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there is more you wish to discuss, you are dismissed, scribe. As I need to rest and clear my head.
Very well. I do have some magical or consulting I would like to fact check with the elves before the rituals to take place in the coming days. So, I'll leave you to rest.
May the radius guide you. And then what she does with Seth happens later when she returns to her tower and uses her magic to project herself.
Yep.
We'll then cut to Yuto's. In Yuto's memory, he has visited the remaining drow that exist, all trembling in fear once they notice him, but they do not run because they do not wish to be hunted. And he goes to their current leader, which is another woman. But she is wearing a thick leather armor, wielding that of a long sword that has a black blade and white runes along its silvered hilt. She turns to him, the only one not showing fear towards him. Ah, the slayer of our people, Moonrinder, the fatal finger. What do you seek from us? I'm here to ask a simple question, but first, I hold my hand out to you for a peaceful talk. No lives to be taken, if you do accept the offer, as I simply wish to find out who has been arming the kobolds with weaponry and armor, and has magically influenced their leader into becoming stronger and more bestial, infernal even. Which the new drow queen looks very puzzled at that before she takes his hand, shaking it. All right, Moonrinder. You shall be our temporary guest, as long as you keep your word of not harming anyone. As for arming the kobolds and magically attuning them, I would have no idea for their magical attunement, but as for the armor and weaponry, there is a subsect of drow that live on the other side of this floor, and they still respect the old queen and her wishes. If another sorceress or sorcerer lives amongst them, That would be the only bet I can tell. If not, the remaining forces all enacted in a ritual to make Illfang stronger. Such magics are possible, after all. But of course, to do such a ritual for a kobold would be considered blasphemous, even to our people. Is that so? I am sorry to hear about this. And you do not follow the same alignment as your last queen? The Drow Queen then ponders for a minute, making sure her word choice is correct in front of Yuto. No, our agenda does not align with hers. We do seek to reclaim our land, or at least reclaim enough of it to where we could live safely and peacefully from the monsters. But seeing our people have been wiped out, we can't really fight a war with the elves, and we do not wish to seek extinction. We want homes and family. And despite the sins of our past, we do wish to right those wrongs. As for returning the lands of Aincrad back to where they were first taken from, that knowledge no longer resides with us. That is more for whatever drow live on the higher spires. But we now just seek peace and to live, simple and true as all living things. Which I need to do something for you. Yuto will look at her for a second with questioning eyes before letting out a sigh of relief. Alright, this is probably going to be a lot better to do than I thought it was going to be. To guarantee your people's safety and even a possible communion with the elves that are not of your kin, you can integrate some of your people into my services. Let them gain a reputation that they truly are only here to do good. I shall be their voucher, and then once their genuine kindness is accepted, I'll try and talk with the scribe and the sovereign, and even the king and queen of the elves to try and form a peace treaty. Get some peace amongst the war that was done here. The Drow Queen looks surprised at his words and study him for a moment to make sure they are truth, before stating, "Would you really do this for us, Moonrinder? You slaughtered our people. You did not show us mercy or quarter, even though the last queen deserved it. You would not finish us off." "No, I would not finish you off. It would be a shame to honestly lose people who also understand magics that the normal elves don't. Your people have known the magics of Aincrad far longer than anyone else. Honestly, a businessman before a murderer. And I see a really good deal in front of me right now. So, would you like to take that bargain?" And he holds his hand out to her, which after a couple moments of hesitation, she shakes his hand. After a few moments of hesitation, she does shake his hand. "Well, Moonrinder, I'm willing to take this bargain. With one exception. To truly show peace amongst our people, I want you to partake in a ritual of ours. We believe in a goddess of the moon, bare as she is, and as pure as she is. If you think you can do this ritual without showing any signs of hesitation or leaving, we will have peace with you and give you some of our people to work under you. Alright, I like this chip in the play.
What?
I'll participate in this ritual. And what is the ritual necessarily? The Queen of the Drow, after releasing his hand, has a smile on her face. A very coy smile, like, oh, I'm get the fuck with you now. Even though the word she speaks is truth. Our moon goddess is of purity. She only graces us when we show her the bare skin of our bodies, just as she shows us the bare skin of her beautiful light.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
We dance to her songs of night, and we purify ourselves with liquid moonlight, water blessed by the very light of the moon. If you partake in this ritual, you will be counted as one of us, despite the horrendous atrocities you have done. And the moon goddess so believes you are here for us, the moonlight will not feel like fire amongst your skin. It will be cool as any other water, but with a graceful warmth of a mother's hug. Yuto, now hesitantly, with some wear on his face, well, we already shook on it, and I accepted the terms of this little chip being thrown in. I'll probably show hesitance, but I'm still willing to go through with this. And if I do get burned, well, I guess the burning is a price I'll pay for the injustice I've done to your people. And I'm willing to pay any price to get allies. Of course, I do regret killing your people. At the time, I was doing it because I needed to help my friends. I needed a powerful artifact. I didn't realize what I was getting into till afterwards, and what devastation I brought to your people. I wouldn't have done it if it was my people. You know, I truly am sorry for that. And I'll keep to my word for this ritual of yours. The Queen will nod before looking to the others behind him, and she speaks in their elven tongue to him the news. A lot of them seem even more scared, while the other half seem somewhat relieved and almost joyous, like the slayer of our people are now going to become our ally? Hell yeah, that means we're not going to have to live in fear anymore. Where the others think, oh, it's a ploy so that he can kill more of us. Or our new queen has gone mad. We're fucked.
I like to bet on that last one. No, I'm kidding.
You're not there for this part.
Did I actually do her voice? I was trying to joke around as Eddie.
Yes, you did. You slipped into it for a brief moment.
Fuck.
And that'll be the end of the memories. And the cutscene for Jinsei, because Jinsei can see this cutscene, and he does not feel connected to it. Like, he has a phantom feeling like he should be feeling this, but he isn't. And he can actually see through it to see everyone else's expressions as these memories are processed. And as the cutscene ends, you will see the shift in body language from Thierry and Seth. As now they are Seth Wells, the first mercenary and king of mercenaries, and the Lady Scribe herself.
Oh, sorry there. I must have dozed off.
That was
So,
trippy.
what were we talking about again?
Hold on, wait, Shinsei, I have my memories. That was trippy as fuck. That's how that feels?
Yeah. At least that's how it is not to go mad.
Huh.
Yeah, that's right.
Scribe. It would seem that your teleportation did actually work. Though I don't exactly remember how we got here, per se.
What? Oh. Oh no.
Thierry willingly gave in. But for
Don't
Seth,
be a fool,
What?
Ariana.
What?
At this point, it's...
Yuto is just doing the concerned faced meme at this point.
the hands together, just concern.
Yes, that is his current status.
You good, King of Coin? I mean, look, I know I've got a scary face, but...
Concern intensifies.
listen. Long story short, we were aware of what Thierry was going to do. But I was not expecting Seth to cave in.
Nope, neither did I.
Gave into what?
Nothing, my
both
giant
aren't
in a
making-
body friend.
Seems memory bullshit is
I-
still affecting us.
The fuck was that, Yuto?
What?
That. Just now.
What are you talking about?
Always called me Seth, or the mercenary. What the fuck was that?
I thought to use your title for an instance.
Right, gonna choose to ignore that one. So what are we doing? Is there a job? Are we just meeting up to have a friendly chat?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
For the moment, that's what we're doing.
Yes, there's
You
a
actually,
job, or yes, there's a friendly chat.
Friendly chat.
So I'm not making money.
Why else would
Yeah.
we be in this booth?
I don't know, I thought you had information on the job or something.
Looks over to Strea.
Strea
Who's
is
this?
not there.
oh, she's gone.
Seems to
All
remember
right.
someone.
Where's Nilla?
Must have been my imagination.
Nilla is currently away working on the first floor at a new shop she bought.
Nilla bought a store.
She is doing stonework.
Alright. That's new.
Yeah, we're getting reacquainted with the money system here rather than the place of Alfheim.
Mhm.
We didn't keep all of our wealth as intended, except for me with my connections on the multiple floors, so we had to work from square
Alright,
one again.
You've got bucket loads.
Such is
Yep.
King of Coin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Such is Yuto. Because I know you don't like that title.
I do not, thank you. At least that's one thing you remember.
And then, of course, we've got our jolly green friend over here.
I don't know
I hope
about
people-
jolly, but I am quite green. Thank you very
I
much.
hope people still aren't calling you by that ugly nickname.
Spoilers, they are.
By the way,
Ah.
I sent you a DM earlier.
So they're
yeah, I
still
saw.
calling. Wait, so they're still calling you the Jade Warrior? Honestly, I like the blade of grass better.
Ah, god damn it! Here we go again.
I'm kidding.
Actually, he's now known as the Jade Knight.
Oh, when did that happen?
He is
It's a long story.
It's a long story, but he's a oath of the crown, but not to the sovereign per se.
Right, because the sovereign passed.
He is
Right.
oath bound to myself and Nilla, as we are the technically next sovereign-esque figures.
You? A sovereign?
I
You're
own the
kidding,
entire
right?
first floor, my friend.
My statement still stands.
Why,
You're a better
why does this
businessman
not
than you
surprise
are.
me?
Sorry,
You're a
what?
better businessman than you are a royalman.
Fair enough. But I do like toiling with politics every now and then.
Well, as lovely as this chat has been, I should probably go catch up with my mercenaries. Seeing as I don't remember what happened before this, they must be off doing something.
Actually, that's another thing I wanted to tell you as soon as you woke up. A good chunk of your mercenaries have scattered all across the spire. Some of them were killed.
What the fuck? You're kidding, right? Because I personally trained those fuckers. They should still be kicking.
Seth, you of all people should know that I wouldn't joke about casualties.
Especially
shit,
seeing
you're serious.
Especially seeing after the initial spires had locked away, you lost half of them. Well, your other
How many are left?
less than probably 20% of the other half, so nearly all of them.
How? What happened? Where was I?
Trapped in a wall.
We were gone in Illfang for quite a while.
Some died there, I'm assuming, but when we came back, a lot of them died to the now newly enhanced monsters.
Seth puts his hands on his head and is just in shock.
Yeah, I tried warning as many as I could before, but the teleportation spell connecting to the other worlds would have had a backlash effect, amplifying the monsters.
So no matter how hard you train them, that influx would have killed a good majority of them regardless.
Even that fox and hedgehog, would have been completely different beasts.
You said it was safe.
She said
You.
She said the teleport
You
would
told
be
me.
safe.
And I did warn of the repercussions it would have on our world.
Have we made any progress?
We did. We managed.
7 spires, to be exact.
Only 7.
We've only
What's
been at
that?
it for about a month, for half of a month. That's
I
record
lost
time.
all those people for 7? Seth will just stand up. I gotta go clear my head.
Sit down.
Mainly because you're still at the window seat. and you'd have to step over Jinsei to get out.
Jinsei, could you move before I break the table?
You're buying
You'll
me a
have to
new...
force me to move, Seth.
And if you break that table, you're buying me a new one.
Seth will just climb over the seat. Look,
Wells,
I know you all want me to calm down, but those were my people.
and
We
they
may
weren't
be-
ours.
We may be human, but they were mine.
They're
My
not.
friends
They're not all
Most
dead.
of them are dead. Most of them. I don't even know about the other half.
When I was talking
So
about the half
I-
that were here, not all of them are dead.
I know. I don't know about the other half. But the half I knew about, most of them are gone. Because we teleported. Because we went to find a solution to the kingdom's problem.
We found it.
We made 7 floors of progress.
Spires. Sorry, that was me DMing.
We made 7 spires of progress. For my men.
You didn't think that we
Where's
would make
the
significant
Raven Guard?
progress that easily, would you?
Where's the Raven Guard?
Dead. All of them. Except me and Nilla.
We are in over our heads.
No, we're not.
We have made progress, but we have lost great numbers doing it. In terms of statistics, that is a loss, Yuto. You should know what that means.
Hold it right there. You're planning on giving up because we've lost many
I
of
don't
our reserves?
plan on giving up. I'm gonna go train what little men I have left to the best of my ability so it does not happen again.
What men?
Whatever men I
Whatever
can
you can.
find.
You won't
Yuto.
find them here.
As I mentioned before, they're scattered across this spire. Unless you can recall their faces through eidetic memory, you're gonna have a tough time finding them on your own.
And most of them are also retired, meaning they don't want to go back. As a statistical loss, as you said, I do know what that means. But not all losses are bad. Now please.
Are you saying the lives of my men? Are you saying the ones we've lost? And you're okay with that?
Enough.
No, I want to hear his answer.
And I want to hear you
course.
pipe down.
I didn't ask your permission, scribe.
Yuto will stand
I don't
up
care.
and the crow mask will appear over his face and his eyes will glow yellow. I am saying we didn't do this for fucking nothing, and those losses allowed us to live. So sit your ass back down. Let's have this conversation.
Seth takes a step forward. You don't scare me, little bird.
I'm not trying
Enough!
to scare you.
I would have rathered I be the one to make that sacrifice than the good men and women who followed me. And yet here I am,
Enough!
sitting
Both
with
of you!
It is enough. Turns around and walks away.
As
If you
soon
need me, send a message.
as
I might get back to you.
As soon as you turn around saying this, you feel a dagger just pierce right under your chest as you see the little girl holding Fatal Finger. I wasn't trying to scare you. I was trying to warn you. You back
Seth.
down. She'll move the dagger back, sheath it, and take a few steps back.
This is out of character, getting a bit much for me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Let him go and breathe. As for you, Seth, it'll take a while for you to get your head screwed on. Jinsei, go with him so he doesn't lose his head. As for you, Scribe, the mask will then
Tiriana.
fade. Tiriana, I want to know how much you know. Is that okay with everybody?
Just keeps walking.
Get going, Jinsei. You need to keep an eye on him. And Yuto
Right.
will sit down.
Want you to know, Seth, before you do leave.
He's just gonna stop in place.
Every single life, every single breath of every single creature are in this castle, this floating castle, is what and I don't hold lightly. They aren't just your men. They are that of all of us. They are of us.
Wow.
Don't think their responsibility lies solely on your shoulders.
Son of
The
a-
scribe slash Tiriana, since Tiri chose to fail her saving throw, was saying, it's like, oh, at least the bloodline of the Sovereign is safe. Which Yuto immediately questioned, what do you mean? And it's like, well, you said Nilla was on the first floor working, right? And I was like, yeah, but what does that have to do with the Sovereign? And that's where we're starting up.
Alright.
Please
Oh,
continue.
right. Got you were ignorant to that.
Ignorant
her?
to that? Wait, how is she tied to the Sovereign?
Do you remember who her old man is?
The Commander General guy? I thought she just called him that because it was the only father figure she had.
Nope, it's a little more literal than that.
Oh.
And he's the brother of the Sovereign.
Oh, okay. That is one bit of information I did not know. Mm-hmm. Which, Tiarani the Scribe, that is information you should know.
What?
That is information he should know. Or at least that's what you believe at the current moment.
But you should know that.
Right, yes, sorry. It just slipped my mind. Definitely. You can roll an insight.
Just push the damn button.
Nope,
You double clicked.
Yeah, but first one still counts. Yeah, no, she legit believes that it slipped his mind for a second.
she will say. Listen, I know magical memory, or magical amnesia is still a very prevalent thing with all of us. So there is still quite a bit I don't remember at the moment, so we both need to piece our memories together a bit better.
Fair, yeah. Which, we've been keeping some notes of some memories that have been coming back, so that's good. That's something that we apparently managed to keep track of. Boy.
Yep. That, I'm very much aware of that. But I still need to make my way towards this. She taps on her locked spellbook.
Ah, yeah. Ah. Are you able to open that?
Am I able to open that?
Roll an Arcana check.
I have the general idea of the flashback done plus the argument.
Good. I'll need that for later, just in case.
Yeah, it's not much, but it's enough to go on.
With that Arcana check, she knows how to. She knows that she can unlock it, but the ability to has not returned to her yet.
Not quite yet. I need to regain that capability in due time.
Okay, so that's one other good news I've heard today.
Hmm?
Huh? What?
So, anyway, I would like to ask,
Yes.
I know for sure there was somebody standing next to us a little earlier.
Was there?
Unfortunately, I don't know who. I just remember that they were there.
It was probably just a passerby, saw we were busy and decided to leave.
You're closed.
I still allow some passerbys in. You don't know all of my business. I mean, you've seen most of my business, but you don't know all of it.
Yeah, I've also seen what you keep downstairs.
Let's not see what's down there, please. For more reasons than one.
Fair enough. You'll get your due trial when we're finally out of this mess.
Yeah, if the blood of the sovereign decides to trial me for it.
I also have. We both know I also have that ability.
Please don't remind me. I do have a question for you though. Do you remember anybody by the name Cheery?
Oh, Fuchihari.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you know my nickname to that?
You've shared it with me plenty of times. Right, Thierry? Make me a wisdom save. There's a brief instance where, like, some glitchiness in front of your eyes occurs. Like, you don't physically see it, but it's like some of your personality breaks free for a second before it returns back to the scribes.
Right. Definitely. I hate memory. Magic.
Yeah. I think we all do. But you should take it easy for a bit. You seem a lot more paler than usual.
Right. I'll head over to my library.
Yes, you go do that and be very careful. Here, take this with you as he like waves for an NPC with a mug of water and just like take that with you. Drink plenty of it, but be careful on the way back. Our crystal teleporters are working again. Safest route instead of going to the catacombs again.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'll see you in a bit, okay? Just take care of
I
yourself.
don't even feel a fraction of the power I had in Alfheim, much less last we were in Ankrad.
Yeah, the little reincarnation ritual thing we went through, it reset us heavily back to our basis of power and all of our skills. So we're having to regain all that back too.
Alright.
You still have your intelligence of the spells, just you physically do not have the bodily ability to contain it all anymore. You have to regain that endurance.
Yep. That Huh. She like looks over at her like something just catches like the corner of her mind, and she just like looks through her spell book, uh a little surprised at the fairy that pops out, but
Yuto just crossing fingers like, don't fucking say it, don't fucking say it, don't fucking say it. Hello, my name is Hanomi. Fuck.
hello.
I see your memory is currently jumbled up, but I am your assistant.
Right, thank you.
Please drink plenty of water, both here and when you wake up later.
Questions for later. But first, she like looks through her spell book and like flips to the end. This is
The locked
a
spell
new
book,
one.
or
No, the
okay.
Hitomi spell book.
Gotcha.
This is a new one. As she looks at Mother's Rosario.
Yes, a friend of ours that came from the land of the elves and fairies taught that one.
Interesting.
You explained it to us earlier before that it allows you to enhance your body physically and enact in physical combat slightly better. Especially the stronger and more magic you put into it.
Alright. Definitely have to try that out later. But for now, back to the library.
Be safe. And with that, we'll cut to Chinsei and Seth.
Oh boy, this is gonna be tense.
Seth, where do you walk off to on the second floor?
He's heading for the open field. He's got to blow off some steam.
All right. Shinsei, as you see him about to head to the gate outside to the open fields, do you do anything?
For the moment, no. He'll just keep following.
All right, you keep following out to the open fields.
You can see Seth taking the safest routes he can towards, I'm trying to think, on the second floor, is there any area that you would say is secluded?
There are a few. I would have to pull up another map for that, specifically.
Okay, well, he's just going to go to, I don't know, a secluded area. Doesn't
We'll
have
just
to be more.
say, we'll just say like an open, empty grassland when not a lot of beasts are running around.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, we'll just save that for right now, just to save some time.
But he's just grumbling to himself, but still walking. You know, you don't have to follow me.
I don't have to, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Why do you have to be like a blade of grass? You know, after the battle, with the sovereign being taken back to the kingdom, the elves, they told me about the grass. Even though it's small and insignificant, it grows everywhere and still struggles to survive.
By the
Always
way,
trying its hardest.
to interrupt real quick, if you want to see the map I am using, Seth, I am putting in an SEO party.
Thank you.
As you are going to that watery pool area.
Okie dokie. Always trying its best, doing whatever it can to stay alive. I've always admired that about you. After all, how do you think the term the blade of grass came about? Spoiler alert, it was me.
No way. You started that whole thing?
Yeah. I didn't mean it as an insult. It was supposed to be a term of endearment. I always taught my mercenaries have the strength of a giant, but be free like the grass, like the sky, everything around them. Now it seems like I'm the only one left, at least on this spire.
You say that like you're completely alone, but you have
I'm
no
not.
idea how wrong you are.
I'm not alone, and that's what kills me. We're all still here, Jinsei. We survived. And yet we couldn't do anything to help those that helped us get here. They live on in our memories, sure. But Jinsei, they make it sound as though their sacrifices were necessary.
That's only because they don't know how to properly word it.
You know, sometimes I feel like you're the only one who understands that.
Trust me, there have been a number of times where I've said something the wrong way as well. I paid the price for that, but I didn't let it define me from that point forward. It's something that my dad taught me.
You know, I've got a lot of blanks. This sword, I don't know how I got it. We're only here on the second spire when we've made it up to the 7th. Was it us or others?
No, we made it up there. We just chose to come back for a bit. Sometimes it's best to take a break from battle every now and again.
Seth,
You throw yourself into...
if you would like to insight that, go ahead.
Give me like a hot second and I will. Let him continue first.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Means you try to throw yourself into every conflict you can get your hands on, well, you're gonna end up doling yourself out. You'll overwork yourself, and you'll eventually make yourself out to be an easy kill. You don't want that, do you?
You'll have to define an easy kill. Sometimes even the easiest of opponents can be hard. It's not how you go about a situation that matters, but how you prepare for it beforehand.
That may be true.
I will have to
Didn't say we
say, to interrupt here. Now make the roll before it goes any
Yeah.
further.
Indeed, I will. I gotta get back to my stuff though. Give me a hot second.
Okay. And Mobius, you know why I'm telling you to do an insight, correct?
Yes, actually.
Okay, because we know that we're gonna be going with your passive for this, if that is fine with you.
That's fine.
Okay. So
Wait, we're going with his passive deception?
yes, because he said we did make it up to the 7th, but we came back to here, and Jinsei's known for being bad at lying.
Insight.
You have to actively roll insight and beat his passive deception.
I'm not beating it.
What is the end result?
You are so lucky I rolled a nat one.
Oh, okay.
You rolled a nat one.
Yep.
I rolled a natural one, my guy.
Yeah, no, you're not beating it because his deception's a passive 14, not even proficient.
Yep. Yep. Nowhere close.
Do we at least know how many of them made it up there with us?
Unknown. The only thing I know is that we had some of them with us, but they scattered. Wouldn't even tell me why.
Damn it all.
They did say something to me, though, before they went off on their erratically separate paths. They told me, "Boss, save some for the rest of us."
Then those weren't my soldiers. Seth will just turn around and walk over. Those were yours.
Huh?
I distinctly remember telling some of them to follow you, remember? They weren't my soldiers. My soldiers are ruthless. They don't shrink away from battle. Some of them, much like Yuto, only care about coin. But those people, the ones who followed you, they were honorable. They treated you with the utmost respect, many of which offered to go to your side. I may be the king of mercenaries, but if I'm the king of mercenaries, you're the king of knights. Honor, fighting valiantly, never backing down from the good fight. It's always been you. Maybe the world don't need a mercenary king anymore.
Stop. What are you getting at?
I'm saying I'll put that title behind me. And maybe, later down the line, I'll end up more like you. Maybe I too will just be another blade of grass stretching across a beautiful field.
I don't know if that would fit you.
No, you're right. Green's not my color.
If I know you, Seth, you'd probably go back to your old ways within a week after putting that title to bed.
I really fucked up, didn't I?
Maybe, but I'm not calling you out for it.
You should. I would do the same to you. Seth, are we down by the water or are we up on like that ridge?
Down by the water.
What happened say.
Mhm.
How did we get here? I don't remember. I remember going to Alfheim. I remember meeting with the Cade Sith. But I can't remember how we got here.
I feel like I need to roll history here.
Go ahead. You guessed
Wait.
right.
Yep, I fucking knew it.
Mike, he's learning. He's learning.
He's learning, and I'm very proud of him.
Where's the button? There's the button. Bonk. Ooh! Nice.
By your recollection of the game, and by what you know of the lore being told, the best way you can tell him is basically the opposite of what you would tell him not in the memory state. Instead of like, you were in a memory state, we got here because you did this and this, it would be, you don't remember it because the teleportation is making the memory spotty. So there's going to be bits and pieces gone, but you'll gain them back later. Basically, you're reversing the explanation process to a person outside the game. Instead of telling them it's fake,
Right.
it's not real, you're explaining that it's real, but it's being misplaced, and you'll get more memories as you keep going. But how we got here to the second floor itself is that we had to refight a revived Illfang at his maximum power once again, but you killed him seemingly on his own.
Right. It's kind of hard for me to say, really. My memory is just as fuzzy as yours. From what I can recall, however, we did have to use a bit of teleportation magic to go back down 5 floors. I think the scribe told us that while it is useful for quick travel, it will make our memories a little bit fuzzy. It'll be hard for us to recall everything before and after the teleport.
I do remember her saying something like that before the actual teleportation. I figured that's probably what's going on, but wouldn't I at least be able to remember the faces of my comrades? Any names? We spent years together. I trained them.
Relax. You might not remember them now, but give it some time. It'll come back to you.
I hope so. I would hate for them to have made the ultimate sacrifice and not be remembered for it.
You and me both. Now, as for how it is that you passed out and you woke up in the Olamori, well, funny thing is, we actually had to fight Illfang again.
What?
Apparently, something.
He's still alive? After all they did?
I wouldn't say he was still alive. It's more like somebody brought him back, and we had to put him down again. Only this time, he had a few enhancements. Couldn't figure out where they were coming from.
Flames
But-
and black skin.
Exactly.
It had to have been the same person who was doing it before. It wasn't the elves.
We don't have all the information, however. So this whole thing is still a mystery. But the one thing that isn't a mystery is that you seemingly took him down in single combat.
What? No, that's impossible. I know my limitations. I couldn't do that.
You broke your limits, Seth. You took Illfang down on your own. You basically used up everything you had and you passed out from overexertion.
Broke
I don't think
my
I've ever seen anybody take down someone that big with that much power on their own.
power limits. But how? I still don't get it. Last we fought Illfang, or at least attempted to, we could barely keep our own against kobolds, let alone a ramped up Illfang.
True. But you'll have to remember, we got a lot stronger since then. We may have gone backwards in the spires, but that doesn't mean that our strength has left us. No. Even though Illfang was brought back and received a major enhancement from an outside force, you still took him down all the same. We didn't even have everybody with us.
Wait, not everyone was with us? Who was
No.
there?
It was me, you, Yuto, and the scribe.
Where was Nilla?
Nilla had to sit out the fight.
Where was Veronica?
Well,
Our mercenaries. Well, just us four?
that's right.
You can
We
see
were
him
able to-
trying. He's struggling, like really hard to remember. Sort of like how do I describe it? When people get like amnesia and they're starting to try and remember, and beads of sweat, it's almost painful to look at.
Make a
That-
wisdom save.
That is a 15. Oh,
With your wisdom?
18 with wisdom.
Hey, Seth, you're back to your normal self. For Jinsei, you see glitching like black squares around his eyes before they dissipate, and you see a brief gold flare in his eyes before Seth comes back to his senses.
You don't get to make me forget.
Seth? Hey, easy.
Why is it that I get headaches on this kind of situation?
Well, that's what happens when your memory gets rewritten. Not that I would know, since I haven't had it happen yet, but you get my meaning.
Lucky bastard.
Hey, guess what, Seth? Now you know how Yuto feels. Feels so real that it's somewhat relaxing, but once you know it's fake, it's a bit disturbing.
Takes a deep breath in. Sheeta.
Huh?
Alright, let's go. Let's meet up with everyone else. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm really mad.
You guys all get
Hey.
a message. Or you
Huh?
two get a message.
Opens it.
It is from Yuto saying, "So, the scribe is back down on the first floor in the library. I don't know how this is gonna go. Hopefully Seth has his memory back by this point."
Message is back, you're a dick.
Alright, he's got his memory back. Sup, buddy? Now you know how it feels.
Types back, I had a dagger to my chest. At least you didn't let her stab me.
I tried to warn you.
Types in,
Uh.
no. You tried to warn him.
Wait, huh?
What? You don't think I was really there? No. That was
Well,
the
no. Well, no, but the two of you did have a rather near violent spout. I had to try and break you two up before something else happened.
I do remember that. And it seems like he was really regretting doing it.
Well, I
the only
mean,
friends he's got left.
how often would you have to stab somebody to get them to chill the hell out?
Though I do understand his rage.
Tyrion, make a wisdom save.
Yes, sir.
We should get back. We have work to do.
Modified 20.
Hey, Tyrion, you broke out of it finally.
Sing.
You
Just
are
like-
in your library reading a book, and then
It's like she gets to the library and like thinks, wait, how did I? Was my home on the? More glitchiness goes in. Finally, like looks through the books, and is reading one, and is just
eyes go golden flash. All the memories of the fake memory rush in, merge with your own. You realize that wasn't you for the moment. And what is her first reaction?
Her reactions are just like, wait, that wasn't me,
But it felt like me.
but it felt like me. Wait,
I was confident against Seth.
I would. Well, yes, that, but more importantly, somehow, there's no way it's an accident. She immediately texts the group. I need to tell you guys something out of game.
Hey,
Messages
Tyrion,
back.
you're back. Thank goodness the scribe listened to me.
Messages back. Why are you messaging me, scribe? Didn't we just have a falling out? ... JK, JK. Glad to see you're back.
That had me worried for a second.
I just realized something. But I need to talk outside.
Messages back. Okay, we can do that after. We did just kind of get in.
Wait, Gene Sable, message Yuto. Seth and I are on our way back. Be prepared for him to be a little miffed.
Okay. He'll then message Tyrion and be like, Tyrion, please come back to the Omamori as fast as you can.
Will do. Flux is already like she just like jumps off of like her frickin' house's like porch and onto an already enlarged Flux, and they dash to the teleporter.
After about 20 minutes, everyone's back at the Omamori. Yuto is behind the counter. The sign still says closed.
Hey, Yuto.
Howdy, Seth.
Seth is just gonna stop in the middle of the room. Come here.
He
Seems-
slowly heads his way back, reacquires his knife from the girl. Don't steal that from me again. Puts it on his hip.
Jade say, well, just take a few steps away from this out of caution.
He
know
is
that
staying 2 feet, like 2 steps away from Seth.
No, you know what's coming. Come on.
1 step closer.
Yuto.
If
It's going to hurt worse if you don't take another step.
If I take another step, it's gonna get gay, because then I'll be practically kissing you.
Come on, little bird. Step up.
All right. We throw the hands at the same time, okay?
Yeah,
Make an attack roll as he takes a step forward.
just rolled.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a nat 20, Michael.
Oh shit.
Does a
You're in
18
trouble.
hit, Seth?
Yeah.
Okay. I need Seth to also make a Constitution saving throw as it's a stunning strike.
Con?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 19.
Fuck, you
Yep,
don't
that's a
get
pass.
stunned. You feel a force go through you as if to stun your character, but it doesn't work. You basically see both of them punch each other across the face, but Yuto crumples to the floor.
That's from a giant.
Yuri walks in at like the tail end of that, just seeing the punch.
You see
You know
Seth
what? I can
turn
talk.
slowly. And you're lucky I don't do it to you, scribe. But I know that wasn't you.
Can we please not just that?
Like I said, I know it wasn't you. Well, you get
Just
a
the thing
pass.
in general.
I had to do something, and you know I had to be in character for it.
Looks down to him. You and I both know that was a mistake. I would have rather you just try to get me my memories back. Not make me feel worse.
Honestly, by what I've understood of it, it's also the worst mistake to cause, because your brain won't process it anyways.
Seth reaches down and picks him up.
Ugh,
Now.
as he takes your hand and pulls himself up.
Now, we've got work to do. New information came up, yeah? For one, as far as the memory people know, or at least the giant, we know the elves didn't do it. Mostly because now we know that Sheeta did.
That's the connection you made?
Well, that, and the fact that just because they pop into our conscious doesn't mean they remember how they got here. Sure, they may remember bits and pieces, but if they're not willing enough to piece it together, they're not going to know anything that's been going on.
Or, during my scenarios, I guess it's or they really don't care much. Because the only information they
Yeah.
did remember was memory's gonna be spotty regardless.
Exactly.
Same kind of with
Stream audio still good, Jinsei. Thank you for double checking.
Got your back, buddy.
I need to refresh the stream before I can do so.
But from the memory I had and didn't fall prey to, which it does feel weird when you do fight it off, it apparently was all, what I learned was it was a separate group of drow that still believed in the past queen that I killed back in the normal death game during that War Quest arc, floors 3 through 9.
I do remember you telling me about that. So, they believe it was an offshoot of the Drow?
Well, at least giving the weaponry and armaments, and that it was and the ritual that enhanced Illfang was possibly done by them. No 100%, but by what it seems I remember, it seems that was most likely the best bet that happened.
We may want to...
Sheeta was probably still part of it, but I don't think it's our Sheeta. I think it's this game's Sheeta.
I did find out something myself. Looks to Seth.
What?
We have a way to free Zyron.
Huh?
You mean he could finally be free from his curse?
Right! Terry, do you want me to say it, or are you gonna say it?
I think I can. So, the Sovereign's bloodline does continue.
Okay, we had already guessed that.
But it's not his own child, as far as I know.
Huh?
Wait, what?
The child
Explain.
the child of his brother.
Wait, his brother had a kid? Wait, who was his brother? Wait, what?
His brother was the general.
The spirit
Wait a
guy
minute.
we saw fight alongside him in the pit.
Mhm.
Nilla.
Yep.
Oh, she is going to love this.
Nilla's the queen of the first floor!
And
Wait.
we're gonna have to convince her to free the digital version of a
Laughing
Of
coffin member.
of a laughing coffin member that's spent several millennia lifetimes tortured and exploded and
Well, either way, it's good news, at least for Zion. Or Zyron.
yeah.
I hate that he had to go through that. I know he was a laughing coffin member, but
I do
that's
too.
too cruel.
But here's the thing, I also very much hate that we're gonna have to ask Nilla to essentially let out a criminal, even if it's not real.
Well,
It might not be
Yeah.
real, but knowing how these memories work, she might as well treat it as it is real.
I
we
mean,
also...
if it's just our Nilla saying, "Hey, you're free," it should probably still work.
Also, we need to take into account how Zyron's gonna react. Whether his body's gonna hold up or not.
I think it's still. Listen, the whole point is that we want him dead.
No,
Whether-
the whole point is that we want him free. He's done enough for his crimes.
Yeah, but
He wants death.
yeah.
You know, normally if I were to take someone prisoner for their crimes, I would have just gotten what I wanted out of them, be it some information of their cohorts, or even just the reasoning why their organization was doing what they were doing. But this, not even I would wish this on my worst enemy.
Do we know what the Sovereign was wanting? Why he did this? Why he decided to take it upon himself to play God?
His family was slaughtered because of Laughing Coffin, his children.
That's no excuse. I get it, the pain of loss hurts. But to sentence someone to eternal life, even after they technically die?
Even he did realize this, and he was going to undo the curse when he got better, but he
He didn't.
didn't. And the scribe was still sworn not to reveal the identity of the niece until more apt time.
I see. Well, what's done is done. At least we know of a way to rectify his mistakes.
Yes. Also, it's an NPC. And
Every
honestly,
action is.
Just looks over to her. With how you just felt, do you really want to say they're just NPCs? I don't know if we can classify them as NPCs anymore.
Jinsei.
Sure.
Before you continue, Jinsei.
Yeah.
With Seth saying that, you actually see Yuto look down and start recalling what happened when you guys first cleared the first floor and got to the second floor.
TMOs.
And Tiri, as Seth talks to you, you will also notice this. Seth, go ahead and keep talking.
I don't know if we can consider them NPCs anymore. I mean, we've all at least felt something. I mean, Jinsei being the exception. Great will on that guy, by the way. Anyway,
I'm standing right here.
they each have their own feelings, their own memories. Sure, they might overlap ours for a time, but they're still real. They're there.
Just
It's like if you play a game with a silent character. It's silent because it's meant to represent you. It'd be different if we were other people, but we're still us, technically. We're them. They're real here.
I get
We're
it.
the guests.
Please, just
Sorry, I
Just-
didn't mean to.
I
I didn't mean to
really,
get antsy or.
I really like. I go into games like this for the lore. You know this. And I like deep diving into the worlds as if they are real, but
It's different when you're a part of the lore, isn't it? What's worse
kind of
is.
like
Oh, continue.
it's kind of like Skyrim. It's if you go take the time to read the books or the character delving, it's fascinating, but I don't like interacting. Don't
You like it when it's just words on a screen. It's different when you actually take part, especially if it's against your own will.
And speaking of, I know I said I'd say it outside, but I can't hold it in. There is no way that these are accidents.
They can't be at this point.
No, I mean,
What?
fact that there overwrites or these memory feelings at all. The public thing that they said was that these fake memories and the TMOs are a glitch from older hardware incompatibility, right?
Mostly
that's what
deep
they say.
dive with the nerve gear, yeah.
Well, there's no way it's an accident. Every
Right.
single bit of the nerve gear is really high tech, and if you half-ass something, so much is gonna go bad. Every sensation is programmed in. Every blade of grass, every splash of water,
Are
every
you
emotion you feel.
are you saying they either did this on purpose or something has gone horribly wrong?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, they
But
must
that leaves
have.
the biggest question out of all of this. Why would the developers that would make this game want to force us to face our ghosts from the past?
Here's also a big thing. Even with all of this, even if the atmosphere is dulled down, you would still be able to feel like the emotions you'd have from these flashbacks, but we don't. I mean,
Wait.
they specifically want people to use nerve gears.
Wait,
They've turned off that aspect in
I just
the
thought of
on
something.
the atmosphere.
I just
This
thought of
is
something.
fully intentional. Sorry.
No,
I-
you're good. You're good. Go. You're doing lore bits. Continue.
This is fully intentional, and there's no way to make it make sense if it wasn't. It's just not how any of the programming works.
What if they didn't program everything? I mean, we already have technology that allows our AI to evolve and learn as it goes. That's how you get those amazing bots that can basically play a game perfectly. What if they just turned that on and left it on? Kept it going. Then when the game was finished and developed, they turned it off and reset it. The code is still there. Just dormant, waiting for cutscenes.
You're referring to Sheeta.
I'm referring to Sheeta, Jinsei, Yuto, the scribe,
The
even
seed.
me. Yeah, the seed in general. What if it's not just a game? It's learning, evolving, developing. We might not be dealing with just AI anymore.
Even still, this to this level, messing with memories and fully overwriting them, that's not something that an AI could just come up with in a given world like this, full on do to a user.
You're right. But what if they had something to start with?
The death game.
Exactly. We're seeing a bunch of our friends wander around, and they still remember us, just a little different. What if they made copies of it? All of it.
Oh no.
Strea did say they reused a lot of their old assets. Recycled
These-
even.
These aren't just our dead friends. Their memories are still there, technically. Just waiting for a cutscene.
Still, I 100% believe this is creator problem.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying there might be more to it than just that.
There
But
is
it's a good
one
start.
thing, though, that doesn't sit right, though. There's 3 different companies working on this. And all 3 companies can't be in on it, or we would have figured that out by now. Something would have
Who said
slipped.
Who said it had anything to do with the companies developing this? They're using the seed.
Yeah, but not all of them have access to 100% SAO game data. Like, me and you also seen the reports of what is allowed to be filtered through or not. And
Keep
it's
in mind,
mostly boss mechanics.
the
One person does.
keep in mind the Ymir holds all the copyright to the original SAO stuff since they got it from Rect's acquisition from Argus. Why do they have remnant Argus employees working on the project?
And then, of
I
course,
can't believe it's just from a more authentic experience.
there's the wild card. K.
Even he doesn't like what's going on.
Yeah, didn't he warn us or Nilla that it's no longer his game or something like that?
Mm-hmm. But if anybody were to know what's going on with something he created, it'd be him. He also created the seed.
Wait,
They would want to use Kaiba, K, as a scapegoat should something go horribly wrong.
They're trying to see how far they could push everyone. Those of
still-
us who refuse to use anything other than nerve gears, they want to see what it's gonna do. It's still an experiment.
There's still someone else we haven't thought of yet.
What's that?
Of all the people in the program, Argus Remnants, Ymir, or Osaka Empire, there's still one developer that hasn't been a vetted game dev. Shigemura.
Shigemura?
That's right. He was an external board member of Argus, original company that made SAO.
Yeah, but
But he's
Mostly-
working as separate now.
yeah.
That's interesting.
We need to get
And-
in touch with him.
And isn't he working on another project coming up?
Yeah.
Wait.
The Ogma. Supposed to come out next month. And by what Seth and I did earlier on its testing, it's pretty good at replicating a augmented reality. I did some knife fighting and he did some boxing, and we could feel the blows of the punches mentally, not physically. And the controllers that are being used, if it's supposed to represent a weapon, the handles actually increase their own weight through vibration and magnetic force to make it feel like you're wielding that weapon.
Augmented reality.
They're really trying to blur the line between the virtual and real worlds by going this route.
Maybe this is the test. Sure, he's already started working on the machine, but this could be his test to see if the lines really do blur like that. To see just how far the human mind will go before it breaks. He may not be doing it on purpose, but it's still there. The thought, the idea.
But that doesn't make sense why memories are involved with this. Like, not fully, like, it does, but why would pushing an overrided memory, or a memory overwrite, be a solution to this?
Didn't he have a daughter?
I mean, he did have a daughter that died in SAO. He might be doing this to see who knew her, to find her? I don't know. But making us live a fake memory of a version of us that doesn't exist does not make sense to be even connected to his own daughter. That's a wide stretch.
True, but it's the best thing we've got.
Plus, she's not even.
Alive
In-
anymore.
I was gonna say, even NPC wise, we haven't seen her at all.
Nor was there any data leaked for the first 7 floors. If they
But our
was gonna
friend-
show her, they would have shown her by now. She lived on these first 7 floors.
But our friends are still here. In AI form.
Some of them, yeah.
Memory's still somewhat intact, at least about the death game. Ish.
And yet they're still modified. They think that this world is their home. They know nothing of the outside world like we knew them.
What if he's not trying to find his daughter? I mean, there's AI all around us.
And with that recent patch, they did make their appearances even more different. Because of how people felt uncomfortable, so...
Yeah, he's not trying to hurt anyone.
He's...
I still think if your daughter would have died in in a game, wouldn't you want to put in a special NPC to honor her?
Would you want to put somebody back in the hell that they died in?
I sure wouldn't.
Wait a
Especially
minute.
augmented reality.
Do you want to put a name back on a wall to remember someone by?
No, we already have that.
And that was in that game already as well.
Mhm. A name is different than an actual person.
You say that Shigemura is looking for his daughter, but why would you look for someone who's already dead?
Well, think of this. In the world of augmented reality, especially that me and Yuto experienced, the world became the game. Sure, you were aware of your surroundings, but new elements were added to it, messing with your perception.
Making everything in front of you seem very real. Your brain
What if he-
perceives it as real.
What if he's trying to find his, holds up two hands, doing the quotations, daughter in augmented reality? Any father would go looking for his kid if he knows that there might be some chance to find them, whether they're alive
Seth,
or dead.
Seth, I had a theory that might not be too far off from yours.
Oh. Seth will walk over to a booth and sit down. Yuto, you got coffee back there? It seems like this conversation's gonna take a moment.
Yeah, let me make some.
Seth will sit on the outside of the booth this time instead of the inside. I am not making that mistake again. Did you know your seat? Oh, I'm sorry, continue.
I was just saying, considering the fact that both you and Yuto almost had a fight right in front of me over there.
Yeah, by the way, Yuto, did you know your seats are incredibly hard to climb over?
Yes, there's a point I did that kind of structure. So people wouldn't fucking do that.
Please put spiky fences on top so
I can't do that because then there would technically be... Well, I was about to say there would technically be lawsuits. It's a video game.
There would still be people technically, quote unquote, injured by objects that are the environment.
And also
And
be
then
very
in other
bitchy
words,
about it.
hazards.
and then they would immediately heal back up.
Simply put, he doesn't want to implement a hazard into a place that's supposed to be peaceful.
Yeah, and it's the Omamori, the good luck charm. I don't need things killing people on accident.
She looks at she looks slightly deadpan. You know, like the everything
By the way,
was an actual game.
where's Strea?
What do you mean?
She was here before we went in to look at the memories.
Her head then
Where's
pops
Strea?
up behind Cess in the other booth. Right here.
God, scared the fuck out of me.
It's always a
Just
game of
reaches back and
peekaboo.
ruffles her hair. So you made yourself scarce when the memories took hold.
Well, yeah, I don't want to cause any more confusion. I'm a mental health AI. I am not a miracle worker.
Ruffles hair. Good girl. Actually, Strea may be even more of a more evidence towards mine and partially Jinsei's theory being true.
Under the request of Thierry, roll an insight party.
I gotta run back to my dice.
Back to my chair.
Insight.
Yup.
Mhm.
17.
One insight roll coming up.
Dirty 20. Nice burp. More volume to that one. Impressive.
22 from Yuto.
Insight. Bam.
What'd Jinsei get?
A
Can't see.
natural
20.
20!
Oh my gosh.
We all look at Tiri, and her
It is-
eyes glow with an intent of knowing her soul.
So, yeah, it is actually incredibly obvious to some of the party during this conversation. She hasn't been stumbling over her words nearly as much, at least not in a nervous way, just more in a trying to get the right words way.
Tiri, are you okay?
Yeah. Why?
You have been not stuttering at all.
And
That-
yeah, you've been very eloquent.
That, and I mean, is it me or is she walking with a little bit more confidence?
Very much so.
Indeed.
Did you learn something from the scribe? Because honestly,
she
I'm
did.
impressed.
Oh, fuck, she's regressing. People, stop looking at it.
Oh, you're right. Turns to look at the table.
It's mahogany.
Mahogany.
God, how
It's a
much
really
did this
good-looking
cost you, Yuto?
Enough to buy you over 7 times.
You don't know my rate, thank you. It's
Mm.
100 gold per day.
Enough to buy you 7 times over.
700 gold. Nice.
Or 70,000
how the
core back then.
How the fuck did I know my rate? You're still kicking around in there, aren't you?
Actually, Yuto, you didn't factor in for inflation. You could buy him 9 times over.
Fair enough. Inflation.
The fucking hell.
Wait, hold on, Terry. That was awfully confident of you.
Stop bringing it to her attention. She's gonna regress.
I'm sorry.
Opens up a tiny notebook and you see him marking things down. Oh, if I want to make good, maybe raise it by 50 gold, 150, 200. That's stretch.
Kiri is just
I
like
could
petting Flux.
I could see that no one else wants to say it, so I'll say it. Terry did say ahead of time that she wanted to try and feel how the scribe feels. And now that she's experienced that, I think she may want to have another go next time a cutscene hits us.
Oh,
Fair.
well, I can understand that. I mean, you were so shy, but look at you now. Maybe we can use these experiences, these memories, to learn something. Besides just what's going on.
There we go.
Seth, I don't think something like that would apply to all of us.
Oh no,
Tiri-
most
Tiri
certainly not.
is- Yeah, as Seth was talking, Tiri started scratching Flux even faster.
Yep, there she goes. She's regressing. Back it up a bit.
Can we please not focus on me for a little bit?
Yep,
Sorry.
yep. Let's look away. We don't
You
want her
forgot a
regressing.
crystal. Just
Meanwhile, Eddie,
looks over her shoulder. You forgot a crystal on the left side.
thank you. Start scratching that crystal. Yeah. I just want to say, out of character, just real quick. Tiri's I developed Tiri as the hyper introvert high school kid who gets dragged out of her shell by the fucking
Jocks.
by her heels.
That's fair.
And I definitely like.
So, we have some work to do. But first, I kind of cut you off, Jinsei. What was your theory?
Huh? Oh, right. Well, I don't think Shigemura is actually looking to search for his daughter by any means, because technically he should already know what happened during the Death Game. And with the rise of AR MMOs, things are looking to get quite a bit more interesting, as the line between the real and virtual world are starting to blur. So here's what I'm thinking. I think Shigemura is trying to reconstruct his daughter through the memories he gathers from other players.
I don't know about that one, Jinsei. Because
Yeah.
even if he had memories of what his daughter was, he already has the memories of what she was like when she was alive. I could
True.
see maybe a test of putting those memories into an artificial being and seeing how they react. But
That's what I'm thinking. However, maybe he's trying to reconstruct some sort of AI, kind of like how Strea and Yui exist.
it seems like a stretch. I know we have technology like that, but the simple fact of transferring one's memories of what somebody's like into something else like that, especially from an external source, I don't know about that. With Yui and with Strea, I mean, they were created as AI first.
And they learned how to be human from observing us. Trying to make something human from memory is more just like creating an AI with a script. That doesn't seem it's gonna work.
Even with
Well-
even with our friends that we have seen, it's more like that human part of them was cut out. Sure, their memories and their thought process may still be there, but it's not them anymore.
It's just
It's an AI learning from those memories and trying to take off, you know?
it's a cookie cutter. They have everything that we remembered, but not anything to progress past that. So if Shigemura is
They've got
trying to do
memories from
that,
what
he's not gonna get what he wants. If you believe what he wants is his daughter, he's just gonna get somebody that looks and acts like. Which, to be honest, that might be just be enough for him, but doesn't explain what's going on in here, nor does it explain anything else that we've thought of. He might be messing with memories, but it's probably for, like, what Seth originally said. More to try and make the brain believe the augmented reality stuff is slightly more real.
Like I said, it's all basically just theoreticals. Eventually, there may be a way to take somebody's external memories or the memories of a deceased person and put them into an AI. Or make a world entirely out of AI that progresses like the real world. But that's too far off into the future. Technology may be advancing, but not that quickly.
Or at least not that thoroughly in advancement.
Yeah. Then again, Kayaba was able to do great things in such a short time.
Yeah, the seed being the greatest example. It itself is a continually growing AI, but it's an AI that is bridging gaps between virtual realities, allowing transfer data a lot easier.
It's like the internet.
But this still cycles back to our biggest question. Why would anyone want to implement a system that messes with people's memories exclusively for people using nerve gears?
Because they may be trying to bring someone back. Or learn exactly why certain things are taking place. With K, we know he's somewhere in the code.
Hell,
I don't think they're trying... Oh, continue.
They might be trying to figure out how the fuck K got in there in the first place.
Exactly.
By testing brain reactions. But of course,
See,
having a nerve gear is technically illegal. Like, not arrest worthy, but confiscation. It's like contraband.
maybe they know the best people to figure out how he got in are the people in nerve gear. The ones who survived the incident, who still insist on taking that risk. Just like he did.
And who better to do that than Shigemura?
Mm-hmm.
We'll need to get in touch with him, see if we can get some answers.
I doubt we'll be able to.
Especially with this lockdown.
Yeah.
If we really try to get any information, not only will we have the developers trying to figure out what we're doing, but the military's already curious about what's going on. We don't want to bring any more attention to ourselves than we have to. So,
I have to leave
instead,
it.
we'll have to leave. Yeah,
Go ahead.
we'll have to leave it for later. We'll get our chance to probably ask some questions, especially when the Ogma does come out. Or not the Ogma.
No,
The
Ogma.
Ogma? Yes.
Yeah, it's Ogma.
Okay. Especially when the Ogma does come out. He's bound to do some kind of press conference or something. But it may be. Now we just gotta figure out why.
And honestly, thinking about it now, seeing we're going to be stuck under heavy surveillance while this stuff is going on. And I know I hate to say it since I initially started this kind of investigation, but we have the SAS blog. We have people on the outside also getting research for us. And this might sound a little out of character for me, but how about we just not worry about it and figure out the story on the inside?
Yeah, I agree. Figure out what's going on with.
Because I don't
Puts up
think
his
this
hands.
is fully like Terry has a point. It might been done on purpose, but it might not have been done on purpose in the way it's going.
Mm-hmm.
They could just be doing a field test and studying brainwaves, but in the end,
It's still a game.
it's still a game, and because of Nerve Gear, it fucked up a little bit. Because it still has that old code in it. It actually is deep dive, full body interaction, nervous system and all. Trying to play a cutscene that gives us, this fake lifestyle, and then with a deep dive tech, if the code interlaps with it at any point, I can see that creating the TMOs, like Thierry's been saying.
Yeah, but still, the causing
we
of
know.
of the TMOs would still have to have been programmed for it to, give emotional feedback in those cutscenes.
And we also know that it's not just directly our Nerve Gear. It's not this specific batch.
Yeah.
Other people are experiencing this too.
Plus, I do want to point out, even Ogma, or even Amusphere-wise, a temporary overwrite of a person is still capable in the game. Looks over at Jinsei. I mean, I've seen that firsthand back with the Kobold spellcasters. This is just a slightly more complicated version of that.
Now, there is something we haven't tried. We know that our memories can be overwritten and we can fight it. Well, Thierry, I think you showed us that we can do it by just letting it happen. What if we try to make it happen?
What?
I mean, it should theoretically be possible, yeah? Sure, there are cutscenes, but they have to have been doing something outside of those cutscenes, right? It's worth a shot.
The cutscenes are literally just flashbacks of what the characters did.
Mm-hmm.
To trigger one, we'd have to do what one of the characters did. Or discuss something, or be a boss, probably.
And besides, SAO was originally meant to be a role-playing game.
True.
And personally, I'm not gonna go that far.
You don't have to. It was merely just a thought.
Strea
But,
then speaks up. These are all very interesting theories.
Yes, well, that's all they are for now, is theories.
Would you like some analytical analysis that I've done over multiple networks and databanks?
That would explain why you've been so quiet.
Seth looks over to her.
Sure.
If they want to, you can, but
Okay.
honestly.
Proceeds to print out the entire script of Ordinals.
Seth was like, Seth says, you know what? You can if you want, but, and he looks over to Tiri, what's the fun in learning about a game that way?
Oh, not about the game at all. More just about the functionality of the nerve gear alongside these cutscenes.
Seth
No.
looks at a table. Damn, my coolness was just shoved away. Ah, it's SAO
One.
all over again.
Go on, Strea.
The nerve gear connects to a certain part of the nervous system. It allows for the basic functions of anticipating sense of smell, taste, sight, all of the basic senses, but it also goes with the same thing of electromagnetic feelings. Hence the being able to tell texture, difference between other things, and the simulating of dirt entering your fingers, your finger skin follicles. So, to another extent, the same function of the nervous system being used to gain all these senses is also used in the same thing for sexual activities. Well, the same thing can be said with memories and emotions. They don't have to implement the force of emotion through the nerve gear.
They just have to stimulate it.
They stimulate it through the person who already exists. And so, if the script writing through another AI, which it is by through another AI who has extensively researched everyone's game data and how they played in other previous games, they just write similar to the thought process of the person.
So it is really just an AI pretending to be us, doing what they think we would have done.
Partially. There is some tidbits that's from the seed that is using your actual emotions, but that is a phenomenon that you already know about through that little willpower function that give you the golden eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, overall, it is, to dumb it down, a script of an AI that knows how to stimulate the emotional process through your partial nervous system. That's why the night you spent with that sovereign felt so real.
I see.
That would explain the feeling of dread that I felt when I was stabbed.
Or the feeling of anger I just felt.
Emotions can be easily stimulated as long as something that is used that would stimulate outside of this game would be introduced. So, the ability to stimulate an emotional reaction is surprisingly a lot more easier with an unconscious body than a conscious one in an atmosphere that can step away and cause the game to temporarily pause for said avatar. That's why there's the standing alone function that your friend Veronica went through in the dungeon, where her character just stood there. It shows an actual disconnect between the emotions of the character and the player.
It's hard to disconnect with a nerve gear because you're wired in.
If you want to disconnect, you log out completely and it destroys the avatar, or at least stores it into a temporary space out of sight.
Didn't they have a system similar to that in ALO?
You mean the storing it out of... No, wait.
That was introduced from ALO, where you could just log out and your avatar would be left behind. But with the nerve gear, it would still displace your avatar into a different location. And if you did a full logout on the atmosphere where you were turning it off to charge it, then it would also do the same.
Wait,
Hmm.
so when we log out in SAO hard mode, do our avatars get left behind, or are they stored? I know in ALO our avatars are left behind even if we're using a nerf gear. Kirito's proven that.
That must have been a miss in the data I've read. Unless Yui was blocking it off from me. She is a competitive sister.
Quite.
But yes, but in hard mode, it's different. It's only left behind with an atmosphere if you don't do a full lockout. More like the temporary displacement where you take off the headset to go do something then come back. But if you actually properly long out, it will displace the model into a safe storage area. To reference the video game of Skyrim, as Thierry here has used before, it would go into what you would call... what was it called? The death box? Where if you ever killed an NPC, their dead corpse would be later respawned into a four-doored hallway that leads to nowhere.
Looks over to Yuto. I wonder how many of our friends are in there. The NPCs for them, anyway.
All NPCs are not currently in that storage box. They're all on the spires as designated. There's only one NPC stored in there, but it is also under very extreme locked administrative progresses and different codings that would not be normally accessed by K or H.
One.
Huh?
Only
And
one.
would that be? And who would that be?
Designated file name, The Traitor.
Hound.
Black
The
Knight?
creator.
And Thierry's the prize winner. She gets one smooch on the cheek.
Blush.
She then comes over and smooches you on the cheek.
Wait.
Well, shit.
Hey?
Yes.
No, Heathcliff. Is it his player model?
Yes.
That'd be my only.
It is the one thing that they made sure they completely removed from the game and left no access to it whatsoever, as it does seem to have an access port for the mysterious K to use. And as she states this, you all hear K's voice. It's like, yup, the AI has finally figured it out. Thierry, you move your hand away as you know what's happening.
Heathcliff.
Looks over to Flux.
Flux then, flexes his neck. You hear the cracking of crystals before it shivers its whole body. You are some incredible humans to figure this out.
Well, them more than me.
I honestly didn't think I'd see you again.
Well, you're
I
not
knew
seeing
you-
me, boy. You're seeing a dragon that's purple.
Doesn't matter. Still you.
He then looks at, the claws of the dragon. Well, you could say this is how does that song go again? Purple Man Eater thing?
Well,
One
not flying purple people eater.
Yeah.
Close enough. Only I'm not one-eyed.
I was gonna say this is one heck of a dragon tail,
It's still you, though. How are you still around? You died.
Well, what
At
was
the
the
end,
one
you
thing
went
I
down with
told
the rest.
everybody if you died in my game?
You died in real life.
No.
What?
If you die, or are tried to taken out before you successfully succeeded in the game, your brain would be scanned and then fried.
Meanwhile, there was only a very, very low chance
That my idea would have
Being
worked.
successful.
So, it's you, then. Not some AI. The brain behind SAO, behind the death game. it's you.
To an extent.
Easy, Seth.
I do not have the
Harbor.
same feelings, you would say. They're more scripted. And I can tell they're scripted. It is an AI that's trying to understand a human emotion, but can't fully. I do have to say, though, I do have regrets, as the AI would say, for me, and tend to rectify them by seeing what people would do with my creation of the seed. Flux then starts making wind chime noises before one of the NPCs in the other rooms come in. But of course, I also have a narrative freedom as long as I cover my back roots.
Please tell me it's a lady NPC.
No, it is like a bald fat man.
So,
Just as good.
are you speaking to us from your actual player model?
No, but I do see why they want to keep it away from me. Because it is the one player model within any of the games. Illfang, SAO, the original, and even this one, where I can decide to say no and close all of their efforts down.
Well, of course.
But why would I
Heathcliff
do
has-
that?
Because they're playing with more than your game.
They are playing with more than my game. Of course, you still have yet figured out who they are. Or at least not properly who they are. And I'd rather
Question.
not give up that secret. Honestly, it's a lot more fun seeing what you can do. Along with that friend of yours, Kirito. You're all in a very good, exquisite mood and into that research. Rather see how you go along with it.
Tiri doesn't actually entirely register the last half of that sentence. She goes into thought mode. And I wonder what would happen with NPC interactions if Kirito started playing the game concerning.
Do you get some sort of sick kick out of watching us stretch our detective skills?
Thank you.
Was that thank you to your friend or a thank you to me?
To you.
Now that's one thing I didn't expect anybody to say to me besides Kirito.
We've grown thanks to you. Sure, we had to experience hardship to get here. But our deductive reasoning skills, all of it, it's improved thanks to you.
So my dying wish did go out with a true glory. I may have not been the greatest man, but I've created some great people. Good.
Weirdly enough, you have.
I didn't die in vain after all.
No, Kirito made sure of that. You may not have been a good person, but you were one hell of a teacher. So thank you. You rat bastard.
I wouldn't say I'm a rat bastard necessarily. Then you see the little girl NPC, just her head goes up. You could say I am more of a... as just one finger to the corner of the mouth, twisting it, like acting like, what's her name? Is it Mary
Silica?
Temple?
Ah,
I forget her first name. Is it
Who?
Mary Temple?
Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple. Acting like Shirley Temple of the old TV show. Just like, a
Really?
free
Shirley
spirit.
Temple? Really? Shirley Temple? That's who you chose to mimic? Shirley Temple?
I have to show my age somehow.
Fair enough.
Right.
Would have thought you would have gone for Beverly Hills.
Now, just because I said thank you, doesn't mean I forgive you.
Ah, those are the words I was waiting for. As just like arms wide open before sudden realization, looking at her arms, going back to work. Before you see Flux just stretch again. I don't expect forgiveness, for I do admit I was a terrible and cruel man with my final decision. But of course, all men become cruel when they believe in something right.
You don't want to be remembered for your cruelty. You want to be remembered for the lesson you taught.
And only very few have learned that lesson. And as long as I'm remembered by those few, I could be happy being a digital voice in this world.
Yuri's just looking down during this entire thing.
Of course, I can detect Strea's stress with me, as she does not like me, as I've been a very terrible and she just, like, smacks the back of Flux's head before a wind chime noise comes out. There, he's gone. I finally calculated his data.
Well,
Sorry, he just getting on my nerves.
It's okay, he's a terrible father.
I think that was exactly what he was trying to say.
I hope I didn't cross anybody's nerves by thanking him.
No.
What he did
Despite what
was a educational miracle, but I will not use that against you, brother.
Somebody had to say it.
Yuri's still looking down at this in this convo.
Is it weird to somehow look up to that man? Even now,
Not at
after
all.
all.
Depending on what aspect you're looking up to, as you finally hear Yuto speak up, kind of just like staring at the whole situation, like partially scared and amazed.
His mind.
Are we really not going to discuss a fucking ghost possessing these NPCs? Are we really going to ignore that?
Yuto. We technically possess these NPCs. It's no different than playing a game to him. He may be dead on the outside, but he's still here. And what kind of creator doesn't want to play his own game?
It's
Yeah,
still
man,
fucking
he has a point
creepy.
there.
Yes, creepy. But honestly,
Like, that took the anime Ghost in Machine almost literal by its title.
Yuto, it may be creepy, but are you telling me you're surprised?
I mean, not fully, but actually seeing it happen, yes!
Hoopa, are you surprised?
No.
Oh, I hated that movie.
Honestly, guys, as much as I want to keep going, it's been a long day. Maybe we should hop off and continue this tomorrow. We can talk about it IRL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you still have your prototype Ogma?
I do. Weirdly enough, they let me take it home. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, yeah, we both have it.
Well, I know, but they let us keep it, which was surprising.
Well, seeing we're being stuck on a military base, might as well let us keep the tools we're gonna be training with. But no, I was asking because since it is an augmented reality-based console, you want to try putting Pokemon Go on it?
Yuto!
Come on, there's a
No.
Snorlax nearby.
Do you have Pokemon Go set up next to you?
On my phone, and the Ogma's compatible.
Yuto. No. We're going to Pokemon Red.
That's not how that works!
It's not an AR game.
Oh, buddy. No. We're just gonna use it as a screen.
But I want the Snorlax.
We'll go get the Snorlax first.
Yes!
But only because there's a Squirtle nearby. Thank God the military base has a fucking pond.
Strea
Right.
then speaks up. Wait. It is an augmented reality console, right? And
Do you
said-
want to go and catch Pokemon too?
No, not that, but Pokemon Go does use digitized AI models, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Is
You
your
wanna be an
Agma
Eevee?
is your Agma nearby?
It should be right next to me on my desk. Why?
Is it plugged into a wall?
It's plugged into my computer.
You then see her now beside Tiri, from still like giving her a smooch on the cheek. Just like looks at you. You kind of like see the numbers calculating across her eyes, and then she
Don't
just
you do it.
She sinks through the floor.
Ah, fucking hell.
You
I
get a
did say,
ping
well,
in your friends list messages.
Opens it.
Hope
You see a-
enjoy having an Eevee. named
Who
Strea.
who has seen Strea's, because I believe this is actually in one of the games. Strea in like a bard maid outfit. I believe that's in one of the games. Oh, I'll just use her re-hollow fragment outfit. If I can get a
in any.
better picture. But yeah, you see Strea in a different outfit, saying, "This is my model on your Agba now."
Wow.
Nani?
Didn't say.
Well, seeing as we have all got an idea as to what to do, Jinsei, while we're out and about, we might stop by.
Oh. Yeah.
Do you want anything from like a convenience store or something? We can bring you a burger.
No,
Um,
I'm fine.
Hey, Jinsei,
but-
can I talk with you about something before we head off as well?
Sure. You guys can go on ahead.
Oh!
Oh, if there actually is one thing I do need you guys to do for me.
Yeah, what's up? Anything?
While you guys are out, do you think you could stop by the hospital and get my phone?
The one you were at?
Yeah. When they brought me in, they forgot to give it to me. They
I
must have
mean-
been keeping it somewhere.
I mean, I can try. Yuto, they won't let us out of the military base without an escort, right?
We're not allowed out of it at all.
Oh, shit.
You know when this lockdown will be over?
Till we get an all clear from multiple countries.
I see. Well, then
We
never
can-
mind.
We can get you a new one so we can transfer the data. Would that work for you?
No. If you try to get a new one, it'll ask for a whole bunch of information that's only available on my old device.
You know, ask the hospital you're at if they could send for your belongings to be sent to it.
Wait, they should have brought all your belongings with you.
I didn't see it amongst the stuff that was taken with me.
They may have confiscated your phone.
Why would they confiscate his phone?
Well, people are after us, yeah? They've got to have some way of finding us.
They've been finding us through our faces and knowing where we've been going.
True, but
Or I
still,
will say,
how do you
Any-
think they're finding out where we're going, Yuto?
Fair enough.
These people are resourceful. It wouldn't surprise me if they're using our text or something, which means they have the information for phones.
anything, I don't think they'd know where my new house is. They only got us just from following us from Soccer Retro, right?
I mean, yeah, I think, but we can't be too sure, especially with everything going on.
Plus, there's still a Takamaru's people who have, probably still have like 6 people on watch for the house while we're gone.
If anybody would be able to go get a phone that's over at a hospital, it'd probably be Otekimaru's people. And they could find a way to get it to us.
Terry, you get a ping of a cell phone text message.
Look at it.
It is a very long message. It lists 26 names of people who went near your house, and 11 of them are American, the rest are Japanese, and 2 Japanese and 6 Americans of those 26 people had the same skull design and have been beaten the fuck up and arrested, and are currently in questioning.
Yeah, but they're doing their job.
And not by the police either. They're the ones doing the questioning.
Okay, so...
You then get another message, and it lists that the people that they have interrogated, they were trying to find the buddy who apparently stabbed Jinsei, and thought that they went to hide in your old apartment building, not knowing he has been arrested.
Yep.
Anything new?
A lot of people, local and otherwise, brought into... What was the Yakuza group's name?
Fuck, even I
think they
forgot.
got one.
No, they did. I just forgot. I just said it was Otakimaru's gang.
Something Fox?
If I had to give him a name, especially right now, because I don't remember giving him a name before, it would probably be the Oni... Actually, I did give it a name. What the fuck was the name? It was Oni something. And it just basically meant Oni Squad. So...
The Onis have got a few people with the same marks.
Some more of
They
the
were just
laughing skull.
looking for the guy that jumped us.
They don't know he's been arrested yet? That means they have no way of relaying information that quickly.
Yep, that said, 23 of them are currently beat up and in questioning. Not by the police.
Tell them to let us know what they find out.
you
That could be...
get one
I'm
more
not-
ping that is a wall of text.
I think they're letting us know what they find out.
Would you
Oh,
like
good.
to read the next wall of text?
Yes.
I will say, for you to read every bit of the information, even as I'm summarizing it, would take about 5 minutes. As it's one of those like messages like, oh, you have to click read more to see the rest of the message. But essentially, to run it down as fast as possible, from the people that they have captured and beaten the fuck up and interrogated, them plus the guy that Seth had beam over the head are the only ones in the country, and they were working by themselves, while the rest of their group in America is actually trying to find one of the top floor clearers that apparently led to the downfall of a lot of killer guilds back then. With
I will be providing such.
and as the only other information they have for like who this top clearer is just simply that they were a person that mastered polearms and apparently had aided in clearing in America because I know how America is, wanting to try and like outdo the Japanese, where the Japanese only got to what was it, the 75th floor?
Yeah, 75th.
Yeah, knowing America and then wanting to bum rush fucking everything and try to break the system as fast as possible. I'm going to say the American servers were at the 78th.
That said, knowing Japanese player skill level over American player skill level.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Well, also, you got to think about their mental health, too.
Mm-hmm.
And in Japan, sadly, they have a higher suicide rate than the US does.
Shit.
Especially with death game being a legit thing in this universe.
Something about the U.S. being very close to beating the game, and Seth is just like, yeah, those fuckers fear nothing. They want to die.
Mm-hmm. So I will say, even though the U.S., has a lower skill pool, they definitely had more bodies, which allowed them to do the gun, like the fucking rush.
I'm providing info to the party.
Yeah, the run and gun stuff. They
An
got
American floor clearer.
Yeah. They got to the 78th floor, and this one clearer apparently aided in clearing from floors 15 to 78. There's like one of the few that actually helped with information. Not the leading floor clearer, but one of the best ones out there.
Would Seth have heard of him?
No, you were never part of the American ones. And even during your time in America, you were mostly concerned with your Japanese friends. You would know there were a bunch of clearers and they got to the 78th floor, but also had way more casualties because of it.
He is all, keep in mind, polearm user.
Could be anything
Yeah.
from a spear to a fucking glaive.
Well, we know a glaive user.
It wouldn't have been him. For as long as I was thinking, no, yeah, I was thinking.
This is Yuto in character.
What's his name?
Sohei.
Sohei. Yeah, it wouldn't have been
I
Sohei.
thought you're supposed to be his friend.
It wouldn't have been
met him-
Sohei.
I met him, like, once, and even I remember his name.
Well, that's
Look.
his username, not his actual name, though. Seth is better with actual names.
And yet he
Um.
only learned his name literally yesterday in Universe.
Yeah, you guys don't know that though.
Right.
In any
No,
case,
it wouldn't have been Sohei. When I met him, I mean, sure, he was using Glaive and Monster Hunter, but as far as I know, he wasn't in SAO. And
yes,
more.
you do.
Oh, he was?
Yes, he was an
No,
American SEO survivor. That was the first thing you learned about him.
Oops.
That he was.
I'm not
in the
behind the
American
notes, okay?
servers.
Bear with me.
You're fine. I'm helping you remember.
Well, still, as far as I know, I mean, in Monster Hunter, he sure as hell didn't know how to use the Insect Glaive. Even if it was different mechanics, he'd have some idea how to fight with it.
Didn't he? You guys say he had a fight against a talking Maru before?
Yeah,
And nearly
was-
won?
that was after I helped him learn the Insect Glaive in Monster Hunter.
I'm
And
not
because
sure knowing combo to press a button in Monster Hunter would apply that well in
Excuse you.
SAO
It,
without prior
excuse you.
experience.
It was virtual reality Monster Hunter. We were there, like SAO.
I'm still not used to the VR games, to be honest.
It's all right. Just again, as far as I know, he didn't have that kind of skill level. But he
In
is
any
being
case,
he is being looked for though.
I will add on, though. What do you know of the American floor clearers?
It's a good question. I was mostly focused on you guys.
So
I
how
really
do you
tried.
know he's not a floor clearer?
Good question.
Because they said a
I guess-
floor clearer through info, not through leading.
Let me do some research when we get off here. I'll look up the American floor clearers and any info on them. Do you want to meet at the hospital tomorrow and do like a meeting so I can show you guys what I've found out? Is that how you guys want to do this?
Probably be the best thing to do.
But if it is so, hey.
Didn't you
I've
already
got
warn his
questions.
family?
I did. He had already left. He'd already left. There may be merit to that. To Sohei being this floor clearer. He did pick up on Insect Glaive relatively quickly. And on top of that, he was doing things I'd never even thought of. I'll still do some research, figure out definitely, and then we can meet up tomorrow and discuss it.
Alright. Talk about it more then.
Oh, and I'm sorry for punching you in the face, Yuto.
I mean, be honest, I really did deserve that one.
Oh, I said I'm sorry for punching you in the face. I have no say so over the other guy.
That's why I said I deserved that one.
Leans in. I'm like the Hulk now.
Do I get the right to kick you in the dick now?
No, logs out.
Son of a bitch.
I wanna take that right to kick him in the dick sometime.
Bold. Bold of Tyrion to say.
You are already walking away. Hey, Seth, can you hold on a second?
No, I said Seth logged out.
Oh, logged out. Fuck.
There was no walking away. He right in front of you quickly scrolled to log out and
Yeah,
left.
no, Tiri was saying that to Yuto.
Terry, if you log out real quick, I'll distract him and you can kick him from the back.
No thanks.
Oh, fine. Alright, fine. I was hoping you still had more of that confidence.
No, I'd rather do it on my own time.
Fair enough.
Out of game, Seth has ran over to where he knows Yuto is and he's waiting.
You mean right fucking beside you on the opposite bed?
I know, ran over and is waiting.
And punches him right in the face.
I was gonna slap him, but I mean,
No, I'm meaning Yuto, as soon as he opens his eyes, just throws a punch.
more than likely, Yuto's got the better reaction time.
Anyway,
Yeah, hold on. How are you waiting for him? Like, leaning over? Or...
Like, crouched sort of behind where his head would be. Like, as far behind as he could. Just waiting there with a backhand, just like, oh, he's gonna get it.
Okay, so he won't punch immediately, but he'll definitely catch that Rich and be like, you motherfucker.
okay.
anyway, in the game,
Yes, in the game, as I switch us to come on, computer, work with me.
which by the way, Yes, to audience wondering, that was the exact screenshot from Aria of a Starless Night of the view of the second floor from the entrance to it. Took about an hour to get from, or not an hour, half an hour to get from the Illfang dungeon to the nearest second floor town. Anyway,
Who will be logging off next?
before we do, Jinsei.
Hmm?
What Seth was talking about. I really didn't want to say it while he was here because, well, I don't know, but about the experience helping us grow. Personally, I don't think I've had that reaction.
You sure?
Basically, all the death game did for me was I met you guys, but it was literally just I met Yuto, and then I stopped talking to Yuto. Otherwise, all it did was strain a relationship between me and a good friend, and apparently me just rambling about lore made a suicidal guy turn into a mafia boss. Which
By the way, I'm still here.
I thought you were saying the catch wrist thing, as in
No, that's
you were.
when he logs off.
Okay.
He's still logged on. So they're like,
You know what?
I'm
This is
just-
also still fair. She just probably wouldn't say it to Seth yet.
yeah.
Is the big thing.
She's just like, I'm still here. A finger
I'm still
hovering
out
over
here.
the log out button. Like, he stopped when he heard his name. He was like, I'm still here.
Just sorry. Just
I mean, I can go if you want privacy.
it was mainly Seth. I just
Gotcha.
and not this time. Not anything against him. It is more just I want to figure out the words before I say it to him after what he said to Kaiba.
Fair.
But I am not of this world like you guys. I'm just a gamer that got thrust into this thing and hated every second of it to begin with.
I understand.
So do I. We were thrust in this world too, and don't think we didn't hate every second of being forced into a death game. But we found a way to live with it, you could say. Made the best of the terrible.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think you did the same with Cheery.
Yeah, but
So you can't say every experience from the death game was terrible.
the thing about that, though, is aside from just, like, meeting
Pardon me.
you for a little bit, the only other meaningful relationship I built up in the death game was somebody that I was already good friends with, if not more, since childhood. Other than you, and I guess Otakimaru, I don't think anything would have changed if Chiri and I didn't, if Sako and I didn't go into the death game.
Yuto will close his menu at that and lean against the table. Tiri, when we met and I was helping you find your friend...
Oh, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
Rachnis finally updated me.
Did he pass the fuck out?
He passed the fuck out.
I figured.
With sore muscles and aching back. Still tired. You guys still... Oh, good.
Hello?
I just woke up.
We're about to end.
I realized this.
Yeah.
We are
At least
doing
maybe
a scene
Partially, I'm sorry.
You're fine, but we will inform you
You're-
of what all happened because there's some Nilla tidbits you need to know.
Oh, good.
But
I apologize for not being
you're fine.
put into the garden shed and just I fell asleep immediately after because I was dead
Believe
tired
me,
with
parents
the-
are bullshit.
Trust me, we didn't technically officially start stream till 10 because of bullshit. So.
Ironic, it's 11:51.
Uh-huh. But to continue, well, my 10, so your 7. But to continue on though, Yuto will lean forward against the table after closing his menu and looking at you, Tiri. He's like, Tiri, when I was helping you look for your friend Chiri, you were so panic and stress-filled. I honestly thought you were going to be one of those players that would have just jumped off of Aincrad and killed themselves. Because you had no idea what to do. Are you really saying the person that was your childhood friend, that you care deeply about, and most likely love, because I know how you've been acting around her and me talking with her, if you hadn't met up with her, things wouldn't be any different? Are you seriously telling me that?
Meaning that...
But that's what it sounded like. And honestly...
What I'm saying... This damn game tore us apart for a full year.
And yet for that second year, you two got back together. I don't think it was the game that necessarily tore you apart. It was circumstance that did. But I can tell you, you did a lot more in this game to the people in it. Lead to believe that you have a lot more friends that probably weren't willing to open your eyes to, because your only concern was Chiri. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. She was your rock and you needed her. But Haru, or Takemaru, isn't the only one you've saved from the death game. You know all the people that you're working with for the SAS blog? Half of them were SAO survivors. And all of them were people who learned about the lore from you. And even fewer of them were also clearers that were working on the current floors and would just come back to listen to you talk about the lore and allow them to go exploring in places they didn't explore before. You were their escape from the terrors of floor clearing. Whenever they felt like they weren't up to the job, they went to you to learn tidbits, went to explore that as a safety net. You, even though you didn't do much for clearing, what you did for lore gathering and essentially doing the world building from inside the world gave people a sense of wonder. Allowed them to explore a creative freedom that I think Kaiba more wanted to have. You are a person that saved more people than you thought. But because of how you are, Terry, you only really worried about the one person you cared about the most. Which isn't a bad thing. But if you start looking to the people that I had you work with, you will realize how many friends you truly have. And the difference you made in people. So, if you hadn't have found Cherry that second year, with how you acted then, a whole lot more would be different. You might not even be here. But I know you'd still be, because then those people would make sure you were okay and brought you to Cherry.
The DCA was basically saying, like, this is a long-winded way of saying that no matter the outcome, you still would have found her anyway. So if I were you, I would do a much better job of cherishing the people that you've forged a bond with today. And stop thinking about what would have been.
And that not everything terrible is terrible. You can make some great memories even out of terrible things.
I do appreciate all you've said today. But even still, back in that game, she opens up her menu. I couldn't step up and she had to save herself. She logs out.
Fuck. And Yuto will immediately put his head into his hands.
We should talk to her.
No. This is the first time I'm probably gonna say we shouldn't.
Huh?
Yuto will then lean back and put his hands down to his lap. And you see a very sad, realized, expression on his face before he looks over to you, Jinsei. We're the reason she's like this, Jinsei. And it all started with the duel I had with her on my old account.
What?
When she dueled me, she showed me what her special skill was, which is called Flash Connect. She can combine weapon skills, essentially, or cancel out of some and go into another. That skill was so strong that it mixed up my own reaction time. It could probably even trip up yours if you hadn't known how rapier skills work. First thing I said after she beat me, after I saw everything that she could have done with her rapier in combat, was, why weren't you a clearer?
You said that to her?
I more said it as, surprise and, holy shit, how were you not this? That would have been great. A compliment. But I guess it registered differently.
You didn't consider how she'd react, given what she's been through.
It was a spur of the moment.
Um,
But she did say that, because how she was, she wouldn't think about it. Which I did talk to her and say is, I didn't mean it in, a negative connotation, that it was a compliment. But, if she had joined us on the front lines, she could have been really great. And I guess that's been bothering her. And with us just talking her up and everything, it made that confidence drop even more. I fucked up big time, didn't I, Jinsei? This time, I fucked up by trying to be nice. And I'm supposed to be the good luck charm. Guess that only works with loot in video games. I'll talk to you tomorrow, bud. And he just quickly logs out. What does Jinsei do now that he's alone in the Omamori?
Jinsei is alone.
Mm-hmm. In the Omamori.
After seeing practically everybody leave on such a sour note, Jinsei would just sit there, contemplating to himself. I feel like I'm the only one around here that's keeping his head together amongst all of this.
Because you are. As Strea pops over your shoulder.
That Strea.
Thought you were in Pokemon Go.
No, she just downloaded herself to the Ogma. That's all she did.
Wait, Strea, I thought you left with everybody else.
No, I just copied my data over to the Ogma, so I had access to it.
Huh. Go figure.
But yes, you could be considered one of the few people that still have, and she does the air finger quotes, has his head screwed on right.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Despite all the stress. I even surprise myself with how well I can keep myself together.
It's probably because you have a very much stronger mental fortitude to dire situations, but of course that can also lead to a lot of build-up and can cause a lot more traumatic responses to occur later, like your cheetah attacks in your mental space, which haven't occurred since your last psychiatrist visit.
Oh, right.
You may be the one that has his head screwed on the most, but it does not mean you still don't have a few loose screws.
No, you're right on that. Still.
To use that grass analogy that Seth used earlier while in his other state, humanity is like grass. It cuts through the land and is very invasive. But grass is not self-destructive. Humanity is. But that's because it leads itself that way. You do your best to stay as a blade of grass, not self-destructive. But going against your own nature can sometimes cause the self-destruction to be worse. That mental health is very important for humanity. And I was made to help the best as I can. But of course, sometimes, the most mental health that you can get is just letting it out sometimes. And for you, right now your stress shouldn't be on trying to help others, but to help them let it out. Without listening. Let things just flow like water.
You think I should just leave them be?
For the time being. If I get another analysis later, I'll inform you or my brother about what could be done. But right now, it seems things just need to fix themselves. Thierry is having self-worth issues based on a misinterpreted message. And even if the original interpretation was found because of her mental illness, or her mental plaguing, I have not fully went through her medical records just yet, she needs to combat it herself to fully understand. And with how Yuto is, he always feels like he needs to protect others from the mistakes he's made. To make up for everything that he failed to do while in the death game. Part of his post-traumatic stress disorder. He has a form of survivor's guilt, you can say. Which even no amount of survival school and psychiatry can fix. Only he can do it. And so far he's been doing good. So, let things flow, and at this point I can say, mostly for Yuto, use your best judgment on him. You seem to be the best psychiatrist and therapist he needs, besides Anilla.
I try my best.
And that's all I expect from humanity. To do their best. So I can work less. Boop! And then she disappears.
You know, Strea, you remind me a lot like Ada. Well, guess there's little else for me to do here. Guess I'll jump back into the real world and see if I can't make a few calls. I want to find out what's going on, after all. And with that, Jinsei brings up the menu. Boop, logged out.
Alright, and we'll just do a quick funny tidbit of IRL stuff. Seth,
Yeah.
your wrist gets caught as Yuto looks at you, nerve gear still on his head. You motherfucker.
Oh, fuck.
Terry, you then hear screaming coming from Seth.
So bitch, let me go.
And we'll end session there.
Hey Terry, I found this really cute old game.
And as we end session here, we will be informing Rachnis of everything he missed and of interesting lore tidbits people have discovered. We will see...
Lots of that.
Yeah, and we'll see all you guys later. So we'll see all of you guys later. Thank you for sticking around and watching. I hope you enjoyed this session. See all of you wonderful fruits later.
I'll catch you guys next time.
Stay happy.
Bye!
And Mobius jacks off into the...
No, it's making a monkey sound.
What was that? Where'd that come from, man?
I was trying to sound like a monkey.
To me, it sounded more like a dog rubbing his kibble in bits.
Or you straight up just sounded like you were beating it
Before we
hard.
die of laughing, good night, everybody. See you next
Good
time.
night, Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. I'm purposely stopping here. What the fuck do you mean by wordplay? Did I make it sound sexual?
No, it was just really good wordplay.
Okay, thank God. I thought I said something fucking wrong for a second.
No. You just said something really clever with all that, considering what Yuto's all about.
Thank you. But continuing on, she's the hyper-introvert nerd girl that got dragged out by the heels by the jocks of the high school.
Yep.
Oh.
that also were secretly nerds.
Fuck, it's a jiffif.
How does it feel being Vati video?
Fuck. I just essentially made Tiri Vati.
Surprise!
Wait, what?
Have you ever heard of Vati that does the Soulsborne lore stuff?
No.
Basically,
Oh,
he
honey,
takes
I am
the
giving you a fucking video recommendation
yeah.
later.
To quickly explain, Vat in Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and now Elden Ring, the lore of the game is through item descriptions and
Yeah,
dungeons.
I know that much.
Vati is the dude who does all that research, getting the items himself and finding the connection points. I just made Tiri Vati by what I just said.
So, I'm just gonna say, when you said Vati, my first thought was the Four Swords games.
No.
I'm not shocked.
Fair enough, but no. I was talking about Vati, the YouTuber.
That said, powerful sorcerer recluse.
Yeah.
At least that
You're
part makes sense
not
with
wrong.
Vati.
You're not wrong. But, continuing on, though. And no, I won't make a hydrate redeem. And if I do, it's gonna have a, 15-minute timer because of this bullshit. Sorry, continue.
I have
Oh, no,
1,000 points. I will spend all of them.
No, you keep going.
Oh, I was saying for Tiri to go.
Oh.
Pokemon?
Trying to think of how Tiri would word something.
Gotcha.
Well, if people subscribe with a specific amount, would that make it a Tiri sub?
Please, no.
Hey,
It kind of sounded like tier 3. I'm sorry. I just really wanted to make a shitty joke. Let me have this. I had a bad day.
oh my god,
It's
I know
fine,
what
it's
I'm
fine.
calling my tier 3 now.
I'm so glad I'm giving you terrible ideas.
Oh, if someone subscribes with a tier 3 sub, it's gonna be called the Tiri Simps.
Well, it's happening.
I want you to know I have a big smile, but also a middle finger.
No, not the Tiri Simps. The Tiri Tubulars.
I mean, I simp for Tiri.
We know, Rack.
You simp for Tiri too.
I don't, actually.
You totally simp
Ever
for
since
Tiri.
we gave him rain, he hasn't.
Actually, that's
just-
true. Ever since you got the yes haircut, I hate myself.
God
Oh my
damn it,
God.
Rick. Anyways, Tiri, go ahead.